Bestie's Billionaire Daddy. An Age Gap OFF Limits Romance. By Audrey Robert. Before we go, please leave a like and subscribe to the channel as a sign of support, thank you. Now let's go inside the book. Enjoy. 1. Charlie. I've always been an oddball, at least that's the term the majority of people in my life have used to describe me on several occasions. As a girl who grew up in the conservative town of Madison, Georgia, and in a family where appearances mattered more than your own happiness, I struggled with who I was for a long time. Don't be too emotional. Repress your inner desires. Act like a woman. These were the words I grew up hearing from my mayor father and my Southern belle mother. It took me a while to find myself, after trying so hard to conform into a person I could never be. When I finally realized who I truly am, I took off and never looked back. Sure, I still call my parents, despite their clear disapproval of my life choices, but it's never more than a call twice a week and a visit back home every Thanksgiving. Despite our differences, I can't deny that my parents truly do love me and only want what is best for me. Although a PhD in aquatic microbiology isn't one of those things on their list of what their beloved daughter deserves, that is what I am working towards. Left to them, I would be back in Madison, settled down with the man of my dreams with one baby or even 2 on the way. It doesn't matter if I'm only 24 and have no idea if I'm open to the idea of marriage, to the idea of being tied down to one person for the rest of my life. To them, marriage is what a respectable woman should want. I, on the other hand, have never wanted much out of life, except the chance to be free. I find the freedom I crave in music, art, and the ocean. My love for the ocean is what made me choose to study microbiology as an undergrad and then eventually start my doctorate in aquatic microbiology. I could go on and on about the ocean and the mysterious life within it. In fact, on several occasions, my previous boyfriends have mentioned that I mumble about the ocean and its microorganisms in my sleep. See? Oddball. Rather than take offense at people's description of me, though, I revel in it. I'm a bright, confident, gorgeous woman in my 20s. I might as well enjoy everything life has to offer while I still can. Do you think Dr. Brad would be as amazing with his fingers in bed as he is scrolling slide by slide on his computer? Ava, my best friend and roommate, whispers into my ear, making me choke on my giggle. We are seated in the middle of what has to be hundreds of people, just as excited and intrigued by the oceanic life. The conference, which is to shed more light on the newest discovery in the world of microbiology, is one that Ava and I have been looking forward to for weeks, albeit for different reasons. I have been anticipating the conference because of the knowledge I'm guaranteed to add to my growing arsenal, while Ava has been anticipating it because of Dr. Brad. Not that she doesn't take her PhD seriously, we're just in different fields, and the keynote speaker is the only reason she agreed to accompany me to the conference today. Although her major in food microbiology gives her the avenue to understanding a bit about what is being said at the conference, I can tell she has already gotten bored. This is why she is so openly ogling one of my professors. Smothering my giggle, I jot a few points in my notebook while whispering back to Ava at the same time, Ava Young, stop obsessing over that poor man, okay? I warn her even though her antics are amusing to watch. What you call obsession is what I call destiny, she whispers back, and I can't help the snort that escapes. Oh please, the only reason you currently think it is destiny is because Brad Simmons is the only man who has managed to resist your charms. The moment he falls for your female wiles, you'll move right on to the next. Ava Young has that unique thing about her, that ability to make any man fall to his knees and beg for her love. With her long dark hair and equally dark, soulful eyes, it's hard for them to resist her. Yet somehow, Dr. Brad has managed to ignore my best friend's flirting, maintaining the cold, unapproachable persona every student at Columbia University knows him for. Ava shrugs. Well, maybe he's the man that will finally get me to settle down. She grins, biting her lips as she keeps her gaze on my professor, who is finishing up with his keynote speech. One of the many things Ava and I have in common is our refusal to be tied down by anything or anyone. We do what we want to do when we want to do it without allowing ourselves to be limited by whatever restrictions society has placed on us. My hesitance to conform to the norm stems from the chokehold experience I had growing up in a conservative home, while Ava's stems from childhood trauma. She had watched her mother ruin her father so badly that she made up her mind never to get married or build a family. I don't know the details because Ava never speaks about it, but apparently, her mother ran off with an Italian man after successfully framing her father for fraud. Thankfully, the issue was resolved and Ava's father was vindicated, but the scar was already there. Despite her mother's numerous attempts to reach out to her, Ava has never given her a chance to make things right. Not that I blame her. All of a sudden, she starts chuckling at the ridiculousness of her statement and I join in too until someone hushes us loudly. As we feel Brad Simmons' murderous glare in her direction, Ava quips, "Gosh, he looks even hotter, staring at me angrily like that." I shake my head and join in the applause that currently echoes in the room right after Dr. Brad's speech. When it dies down, I take a brief look at my phone and sigh. "Still no news, huh?" Ava asks. "Nope," I reply disappointedly. Ava reaches for my hand and squeezes it gently. "You'll receive the good news anytime now, I'm sure of it. Besides, they'd be stupid not to consider the top PhD candidate in the field of aquatic microbiology. Trust me. I hope you're right." I exhale. It's been 3 months now since I applied to be a part of the Undersea Research Fellowship hosted by one of the top high-tech labs in my field. A lot of people hadn't applied because the lab is right in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. However, the few that did were already getting responses, and none of them have been good. I have never felt anxious about anything in my life, except this. Being a part of something like this wouldn't only boost my career, but the experience would also change my life. I just know it. As soon as the conference comes to an end, Ava jumps to her feet and I immediately know where she's headed. Hastily, I shove my things into my purse and rise next to her. Before she takes off, I grab her by the arm. "Don't do anything stupid, okay? Dr. Brad is my supervisor." "I promise," she says and saunters away, leaving me staring at her back with an indulgent smile. Feeling the sudden need to ease myself, I head out of the large conference room to the bathroom Ava and I cited on our way here. Without paying much attention to the door or the notice on it, I push it open and step in, only to be met with the most awkward sight of my life. "Oh my God!" I exclaim as my eyes come in contact with a large penis. "Christ, it's so big. How is it that big when it's flaccid? This man must be a sex god," I conclude in my head while my mouth goes dry and my eyes remain glued to the magnificent sight before me. Someone clears their throat, once or twice, I don't know. But I'm brought back to reality when a gruff, deep, and sensual voice vibrates through my entire body. "It's pretty rude to stare, you know," the voice says, and I gasp. Raising my head, I'm met with an even more beautiful sight. This man is an Adonis, I think, as I shamelessly peruse him from head to toe. He has the most captivating eyes I've ever seen, dark and intense. Something about those eyes looks weirdly familiar, but I can't place my finger on why. His dark hair mixed with strands of gray looks so soft that I'm incredibly tempted to run my hands through it. His bow-shaped lips part slightly as he also takes me in, making me notice his firm, hard jaw and manly facial structure all at the same time. His gaze, it keeps me rooted in that spot. Its hold on me is nothing like I've ever felt before. When I hear the sound of a zipper being drawn up, my cheeks grow warm and I hastily turn around, kicking myself for staring unabashedly at a man in the restroom. I hear the water running and I assume he's washing his hands. Well, it's a little too late for that now, isn't it? His voice is heavenly, like a drug I could get addicted to even though I know it's bad for me. I swallow, my hands suddenly shaky. I'm sorry, I thought this was the ladies, I mutter, not sure he can hear me. I have no idea why I've still not moved and gotten out of there. The water stops running and I hear footsteps approaching me. I smell him before I feel him against my back and he smells divine, like rain on a lazy Sunday morning. I stiffen when I feel the graze of his touch on the nape of my neck. "What's your name, love?" He whispers into my ear and I gasp at the feel of his breath on me. It's like I'm being controlled, having no choice but to do his bidding, and I am all but willing. "Charlotte Wilson," I answer and lick my lips. But my friends call me Charlie. I don't know why I tell him that. He's obviously a stranger, one I doubt I'll ever see again. But at that moment, I feel stripped bare and seen by him even though I have my back to him. He could ask me anything and I wouldn't hesitate to answer. "Turn around, Charlotte," he whispers again, and like a robot, I do as he says. The darkness in his eyes causes me to gasp. His desire is so vivid, lethal even, but I can't resist being sucked in. When he closes the distance between us, I suck in a breath. My eyes flutter shut as I anticipate his lips on mine. I wonder how they would taste, how his strong arms would feel wrapped around my waist, how he would drive me senseless with everything he has. I don't know when the word please falls out of my mouth, but I feel no shame begging him to take me. If anything, I'm eager for it. My eyes are still tightly shut and my entire body shivers, jolting at the electricity of his lips brushing mine. My stomach explodes and something shifts in me. The emptiness is gone and I feel complete, free. It is all I've ever really wanted. "Charlie!" Ava's concerned scream pulls us apart and I regain my senses. "That's my friend," I say to the stranger whose name I just realized I don't know. "I should go." I turn around and open the door to see Ava right in front of me. "There you are, I've been looking everywhere for you." She scrunches up her nose in confusion. "What are you doing in the men's?" Her voice trails off as she stares right behind me. "Dad?" "Ava," the stranger answers behind me. "Oh no." "To Christopher." I haven't had the best luck with women. In fact, I realize the hard way that when it comes to me, they're always after something. The fame, the money, the connections that come with being a part of my life. They want everything that benefits them and not to love me unconditionally. A long time ago, I used to believe in love. I was a hopeless romantic and I believed in living happily ever after with that one person. It probably has something to do with watching how much in love my parents were while they were alive. They chose each other every time, so much so that when my mother passed away from old age, my father followed right after her 2 days later. Those two couldn't be apart for too long. However, that life is done. I can barely even remember the man I was 20 years ago. Being framed for fraud by your ex-wife and her lover will do that to you. It wasn't even just Zoe. I met several women after her, ones who I thought would be different, but I was dead wrong. I learned the hard way that a man of my caliber will be forever cursed with never finding true love. Over the years, I've slowly accepted that fact until it became who I am. Relationships aren't for me, they never have been. Once I find a woman attractive, I seduce her and have consensual sex with her. Then, we part ways. It's the exact same thing I had been trying to do just seconds ago. Shock doesn't even begin to describe what I felt when the door to the bathroom swung open to reveal a woman. But whatever feeling it was didn't last long when I felt her gaze on me. I only had to look up and see her for me to be entranced. Everything about her is majestic, there is an appeal to her, a wildness in those lovely green eyes that flash with desire. How flushed her pearly skin appeared to be as she drank me in, told me just how badly she wanted me. I have no idea what it is about her. After all, I've met loads of women in my 51 years of life, but I had felt a jolt of electricity streak through my veins as soon as I touched her delicate skin. The urge to release her silky blonde hair from the tight bun she wrapped it into had been suddenly overwhelming. I had wondered how soft and pliant her curvaceous body would feel against mine. I knew kissing her would make me lose whatever control I usually have and cherish, but I didn't care. I was going to kiss her anyway, until Ava interrupted us. Of course, the woman I feel an instant attraction to is my daughter's friend. The universe has a way of laughing right in my face. Ava stares between us and the confusion in her dark eyes is clear. "What are you two doing in here?" she asks. I shove my hands in my pockets, ready to answer when Charlotte hastily cuts in. "I went into the wrong bathroom by mistake and I..." Ava's hand flies to her mouth and the confusion gives way to amusement as she tries and fails to smother her laughter. "I'm sorry," she wheezes out. "I'm just trying to picture it and I can imagine how embarrassed you two must have been." I want to tell her she's wrong, that embarrassment isn't one of the things I felt when her friend's eyes trailed every inch of my body, including my most intimate part. If anything, I wanted her to look her fill and then replace those eyes with her touch. But I keep my mouth shut, knowing full well that being involved in any way with my daughter's friend is inappropriate. Anyway. "Charlie, meet Christopher Young, my father," Ava introduces us and comes to stand beside me. For the first time since our encounter in the bathroom, Charlotte turns to me with a gaping mouth and eyes widened with surprise. She sputters as those green eyes hold mine hostage. Finally, she manages to get out the words, "Your father is Christopher Young?" Does she know me? I mean, all of New York probably does, considering I'm one of the city's wealthiest billionaires. I also happen to own several labs in the field of science for the purpose of research and discovery. If Charlotte is anything like my daughter, she must have heard of me once or twice. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you, okay? I didn't want you to feel weird about applying for the Undersea Fellowship. If you had known he's my dad and you had ended up getting in, you'd have felt like you only got in because of me, I know it." Ava explains. My head reels with the information I just heard. Charlotte Wilson is one of the few PhD candidates in aquatic microbiology that applied for my Undersea Fellowship. What's even more shocking is that I remember her name, because she is the only one to have gotten it. We just haven't sent out the email yet, because my team and I are still working on getting a lot of things in order. All of a sudden, I see her in a new light. Not just as a young attractive woman, but as an incredibly intelligent one as well. Her proposal had completely blown my mind, keeping me on the edge of my seat the entire time I was reading it. I could practically taste her eagerness and love for the ocean in the paper. She had been the only one to possess what I truly wanted. Not just a person interested in the research aspect, but also with a passion for the ocean and its environment. Someone that wouldn't hesitate to spend months in a high-tech lab beneath the sea with no complaints of boredom or being homesick. "I'm so sorry," Charlotte speaks up, her eyes lowered to her feet. I had no idea who you were, and I didn't expect you to look anything like. Her head snaps up as if suddenly realizing what she was about to say. Ava simply grins like she knows something no one else knows. Charlie absolutely adores you, by the way. She's obsessed with the Christopher Young who completely revolutionized the field of microbiology. I raise her brow, my eyes still on Charlotte. Is that so? I ask and watch as her cheeks turn a delicious red. Briefly, I wonder what other parts of her can produce that color. Ava slaps me in the arm. This is exactly why you should have your pictures in the media, so people can stop calling you the ghost of microbiology. The people who need to know what I look like already do. I mumble, much to my daughter's irritation. Once upon a time, I had my face plastered all over the media because everyone thought I was embezzling funds when it was really my wife with the aid of her lover. Everywhere I went, flashes of cameras accompanied me until I developed anxiety whenever I felt a flash in my face. I almost lost everything. The reporters hadn't just stopped at taking unsolicited pictures and videos of me, they had harassed my daughter as well. They would perform a stakeout in front of her school, waiting patiently until it was time to pick her up. On top of that, Zoe had wanted custody of our child, painting me in a bad light every chance she got. When she lost both cases, she completely disappeared off the grid and never showed her face again. But I know she has been trying to contact Ava, even though my daughter has been mute and secretive about it. I know it's because she doesn't want to hurt me or make me relive those excruciating memories, but I wish she didn't have to endure it all alone. As an unspoken rule, we never talk about what happened back then. Whenever I brought it up, Ava always shut it down completely. When the case eventually came to an end and I was declared innocent, I made it a point to scrub the internet clean of every picture and video of Ava and me. Although as she got older her social media presence grew out of her own accord, mine has remained the same. The ghost of microbiology, that's what they call me. I don't mind it, as long as it remains that way. Are you two here for the conference? I ask them, my eyes still fixated on Charlotte. I can feel her embarrassment and it's clear how badly she wants to get out of here, but for some reason, I want her to stay a little bit longer. I want to know what her cherry pink lips taste like and I want to feel her shiver from pleasure in my arms. I want to do a lot of things with her, but it will all just be relegated to fantasy now that I know who she is. Getting involved with my daughter's best friend is messy enough, not to talk of someone I will be working closely with for the next 3 months. They both nod in response to my answer while Ava asks, "What about you?" "I have a meeting with an investor here," I tell her. "I'm going to leave you ladies to it." I outstretch my hand in Charlotte's direction. "It was nice meeting you, Charlotte." Flustered, she slowly places her smaller, softer hand in mine and I feel that jolt of electricity again. It's stronger now. "Same here, Mr. Young," she mutters, holding my gaze for a beat before shaking her head. You can call me Charlie." I tilt my head slightly. Does she not like her full name? I think it suits her better. "Then you're going to have to call me Chris." Without giving her much time to think about it, I turn and give Ava a kiss on her forehead before walking off. My lips spread into a smile, because even with my back turned to them, I can still feel Charlotte's eyes on me. I wonder what is going through her head right now. Is she feeling the same way I'm feeling, or am I just imagining the whole thing? With a shake of my head, I make up my mind to get her out of my head. No good will come out of obsessing over a woman half my age who happens to be friends with my daughter. The moment I walk into the hotel's restaurant, the manager rushes towards me, waving the head chef over to us. "Your 9 o'clock appointment is already here, sir," he tells me and I nod. The only reason he even recognizes me is because I am a regular customer at the hotel. Also, once you pay for the largest suite more than 3 times, you are bound to get noticed by the hotelier himself. I'm led to the farthest table in the corner where Dr. Trina Smith is already seated. She rises to her feet when she sees me approaching and extends her hand for a handshake, which I take. "Dr. Young, it's an honor to finally meet you," she says, biting her red-painted lips. Dressed in a blue power suit with her brown hair cascading down her back, she looks every bit of the formidable woman she's acclaimed to be. "The pleasure is mine," I respond without a smile as we both take our seats. I haven't had any reason to smile in a long time. 3. Charlotte. It's been 2 days since I bumped into Ava's father in the bathroom of the hotel where the conference was held. Still, I haven't completely gotten over the embarrassment that engulfed me the moment I realized who he was. I had shamelessly ogled every inch of my best friend's father down to his most intimate part. He also happens to be the sole owner of numerous microbiology labs all over the continent, one of which I applied to be a part of for 3 months. The moment he left Ava and I to attend the meeting, I became utterly distraught. I knew for sure that he wasn't going to consider my application, not after I had so carelessly displayed my attraction to him in the bathroom. I had even stopped checking my phone for the email notification, much to Ava's surprise. Of course, I couldn't tell her why I had given up on my dream. It would ruin our friendship, and I doubt she'd even let me anywhere near her father after she found out. As much as I can't get over the embarrassment, I also can't stop thinking about him. His voice, his gaze, his touch, his scent, everything about him is perfect. And my God, he looked nothing like a 51-year-old man. The only indication of his age is the smatter of gray strands mixed with his luscious, perfect, dark hair. If anything, the gray hair made him look even sexier. Determined to get thoughts of Christopher Young out of my head, I pay more attention to the complicated art piece in front of me, tilting my head to get a better perspective. My eyes stray to the entrance of the art gallery, wondering why on earth my best friend hasn't made an appearance yet. We had both been invited to this showcase, and while I love art, the invite had come from my ex-boyfriend. Ava, who doesn't care for art as much, had promised to come with me so I wouldn't feel awkward and alone in the midst of James' paintings. James had been one of those exes that breaking up with was actually painful. We had been perfect for each other, too good to be true, and everything was going great until he asked me to marry him. Not only would I have had to take some time off my PhD program, which is the same as abandoning my career to me, but I would also have been going against my view on marriage. Spending the rest of my life with one person, to me, equates to being locked in a cage while my wings flutter weakly, begging for flight. In the end, I broke up with him and avoided him like a plague on campus, until Ava and I ran into him a few days ago. I pull out my phone from my purse and dial Ava's number. "Hey," I start when she picks up. "Where the hell are you? You promised to be here with me today." "Hello?" Her voice comes out groggy and tired. "Ava." I whisper yell into the phone, already regretting my decision to attend my ex-boyfriend's art exhibit. "Did you even leave Damon's apartment yet?" She had gone off with one of her many friends with benefits the previous night and hadn't returned home, which is why I left our apartment in the hopes that she'd meet me here. Her gasp echoes through the speaker and I hear the hasty rustling of clothes. "Oh my God, Charlie, I'm so sorry. I completely forgot. Are you there already?" Sighing, I look around me. I can't believe I've only been here for 20 minutes, and I'm already itching to leave. For a person who adores art in its purest forms, something about being here makes me uneasy. "Never mind, I'm about to leave anyway," I tell Ava. "I'm so sorry, Charlie." I'll make it up to you, I promise. The line cuts off and I turn around to leave, only to come face to face with James, my ex-boyfriend. Beside him is a gorgeous-looking redhead, sporting a kind smile while she loops her arm through James' arm. Great! I have somehow found myself in the exact same situation I was dreading. Leaving so soon? James questions as his piercing blue eyes hold mine. Standing at 5 feet and 11 inches, with golden brown hair and a lean physique, James has always been a man every woman coveted. He is handsome, smart, and a complete gentleman, and from the way the redhead is hanging onto him, I can tell that she'd rather chew her own arm off than let him go like I did. I have somewhere to be. He studies me intently, and I hope I'm not blushing because that is a usual telltale sign that I'm lying. That's a shame, you used to love art. I nod while my hand tightens on my phone. I still do, and what you've done here is beyond amazing. I am so proud of you, I tell him, and it's the truth. He has always wanted to showcase his paintings in a large gallery just like this one, and it feels surreal to see him living his dream. James smiles and wrinkles appear by the corner of his eyes. Thank you, Charlie, he says, and we stand there staring at each other for a beat, wondering what could have been, until he shakes his head. He pats the redhead's hand and says, "How rude of me. Charlie, this is Polly, my fiancée." It's like I'm suddenly hit by a hurricane. His fiancée, he has a fiancée now. It's not like I'm still in love with James or I ever was. It's just the idea of him having everything he ever wanted while I still struggle to feel fulfilled sucks. I see it then, the same look everyone back at home gives me when I tell them I'm not married or at least in a serious relationship, pity. I feel exposed and vulnerable watching him and his fiancée stare at me like I'm a loser and my life choices are pathetic. So what if I don't ever want to get married or have kids and build my own family? What if I just want to focus on my career, travel the world, and experience the wonders life has to offer? There's nothing wrong with that. Yet, their stares make me feel like I'm doing something wrong with my life. It's lovely to meet you, Charlie. Polly extends her hand in greeting, and as I take it, I notice the glinting diamond ring on her finger. James has told me so much about you. I can't tell if she's being nice or if he really did tell her about me, so I just nod and respond with a polite smile. Just when I think this torturous encounter is about to come to an end, James cocks his head and asks the question that makes me feel small. What about you, Charlie? What's new with you? Are you seeing anyone? Before I can respond, he chuckles and turns to Polly. Charlie has always been a flight risk when it comes to settling down, babe. The very idea of it terrifies her. Polly swings her gaze back at me and her lips turn downward into a frown. Oh, honey. I used to be like that too, but it's all about finding the right person really. You have no idea how lucky I am to have found a man like James. He's my soulmate, she grins at him, then turns to me and leans forward, patting my arm gently. I'm sure you'll find someone like my James one day, she smiles. I almost roll my eyes. The urge to tell her that I've had her James and many more like him but never wanted them in the long run swells in me, but I keep my mouth shut. When I open my mouth to tell them instead that I love my life as it is, I feel an arm wrap around my waist and I stiffen. I feel a familiar breath on my ear and it causes me to gasp. Hey, love. I've been looking everywhere for you. That voice, I'd recognize it anywhere. Not only because I first heard it in the most unusual circumstances, but because it has plagued my dreams over and over for the past 2 days. Nervously, I raise my head and stare into Christopher Young's mesmerizing dark eyes. There's a fond smile on his face that elevates his look from dark and dangerous to beautiful and commanding. I feel his presence in every aspect of my body. "Who are your friends?" he asks while I continue staring, wondering what in the world is happening right now. He kisses my temple, just slightly, but it still has an astounding impact on me. Then, he turns to James and Polly and offers them his hand. "Hi, I'm Christopher, Charlie's boyfriend." The look on James and Polly's faces would be comical if I wasn't still trying to make sense of what is happening. I barely register them saying hello and excusing themselves to greet their other guests, but as soon as they're gone, I whirl on Ava's dad. "Dr. Young, what do you think you're doing?" At the moment, I don't care that he's a wealthy billionaire who has to make a decision about my application or that he's my best friend's father. All I can think about is that his arm is still around my waist, my heart is racing, and my palms are sweating. All these things are all different shades of inappropriate. He removes his hand from my waist and shoves both hands in his pockets, causing me to momentarily miss the feel of his touch on me. Shrugging, he stares down at me. "It seemed like you needed help from where I was standing." "Let me guess, ex-boyfriend and his new girlfriend?" "Ex-boyfriend and fiancé actually, and I didn't need help." I was just about to let them know that there's more to life than marriage and cute, squishy babies. I shove my hand through my hair in frustration and a bit of embarrassment that he had assumed I needed rescue because I was probably still hung up on my ex. I mean, just because I don't ever want to get married or have kids doesn't mean I'm lacking something in life. I have a great career, amazing friends, and a family that loves me. Shouldn't that be enough? By the time I'm done ranting, my chest is heaving erratically and I'm waving my hands all over the place. Meanwhile, he just stands there watching me with a small smile playing at the corner of his lips. "I should have known you were different," he states. It dawns on me that I have come across as rude, so I take a step back and clasp my hands together before me. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry, Dr. Young. It wasn't my intention at all to snap at you, I'm having a rough day. Gosh. Can the earth split open and swallow me whole already?" "Chris." "What?" "I asked you to call me Chris, Charlotte." "Oh." It takes me a while to recover from the effect him saying my name like that has on me. When I manage to, I do exactly as he says. "Chris." His name drops from my lips like a prayer or a plea, and deep down in my soul, I'm begging him to make me his. I'm startled by his growl and I watch as he shuts his eyes tightly, as if I have an effect on him too. When he opens his eyes, I gasp at how completely darkened they are. Suddenly, it's like there's this pull between us and I find myself drawn to him. My eyes are still on him when my phone dings. With an exhale, I avert my gaze from Chris and check the notification I've just received. "No way," I exclaim. I raise my head and look into Chris' curious eyes. "I got it," I laugh excitedly. "Oh my God, I can't believe I got it." Before I can think twice about my next action, I jump with a squeal into Chris' arms and wrap my arms around his neck. Without hesitation, his strong arms come around me, supporting my weight so I don't fall while I scream the words "thank you" numerous times in his ear. 4. Christopher. Dressed in my white lab coat, my hair a mess from continuously running my fingers through it, I pace around the lab. Everything has to go well and I want to yell at everyone to be on their A game. But at the same time I know the level of perfection I want is going to take time. "Sir, Ryan," one of the underwater specialists starts as he approaches me. "The simulation is ready." I clap my hands together. Finally, something is going right today. "Show me," I order and follow behind him as he leads me to the large and impressively deep simulator diving tanks. The clear blue water in it is transparent enough that I can see the full plants and microorganisms at the base. It's not the real thing, but it's necessary that my entire team for the undersea project we're preparing for can handle surviving underwater for a certain amount of time without oxygen. If things go wrong, something I'm working tirelessly to avoid, the team is going to need basic diving survival skills. I check the time on the watch around my wrist, wondering why Charlotte isn't here yet. After receiving the email confirming the approval of her application, she had been so excited that she had practically jumped on me. The feel of her soft, curvy body against mine was a sensation I doubt I'll forget anytime soon. She had felt so warm against my skin, and for once in a long time, I had felt a semblance of peace and tranquility. Just as I'm about to get my personal assistant to put a call through to her, Charlotte walks in and her presence is like a breath of fresh air. She radiates so much more good and serenity than she could ever imagine. There's a wide smile on her face as she takes in the lab, looking like a kid in a candy store. She has on a simple white blouse and blue jeans with a long, checkered coat and red sandals. She looks stunning. It's easy to forget all of the reasons why being involved with her would be a terrible idea. SHE doesn't look around long before her green eyes land on me. When I wave her towards me, her round cheeks instantly fill with color, and I wonder if she's recalling the hug she gave me and feeling embarrassed about it. When she's right in front of me, with a few inches of distance left between us, she starts to call me Dr. Young, only replacing it with Chris when I give her a stern look. Christ, I can't get over how tempting my name sounds coming out of her mouth. Nice of you to finally join us, Charlotte. I tried to channel the anger that was slowly rising within me the longer she refused to show up. If there's anything I hate more than betrayal, it's tardiness, and Charlotte is very late. She's the only one on the team that's yet to engage in the simulation, but her wide green eyes and pleading expression renders me unable to stay mad at her. I really wasn't late, I swear. I got lost in the building. The rest of her words trail off into a whisper, and I don't know when I start chuckling. Affronted, she raises her eyes to mine. It's a large building, okay? Don't make fun of me. I raise my hands in surrender as my laughter slowly dies down. Okay, you're right. It is a very large building. She turns her attention from me to the tank before us. Wow, this is incredible, she says as she takes it in. It looks so real too, but I can't wait for the actual thing. I doubt there's any simulation that can compare to the ocean itself. As she speaks, I can hear how passionate she is about this world and everything that accompanies it. I realize that I could listen to her speak about her interests all day long. Unfortunately, she eventually stops talking. I'm so sorry, I could ramble on about the ocean and its environment for ages unless someone stops me, she grins sheepishly. I shrug. I don't mind it, I tell her. But since you were late, we have little time on our side. Everyone else has gone before you and left a long time ago. It's just me, my personal assistant, Ryan, and the 2 divers that will aid your simulation. I look her up and down, amused by how she's practically bursting at the seams, because she's so excited. Are you ready? I ask a question I already know the answer to. Hell yeah, she says, pumping her fist in the air and causing me to chuckle again. Shaking my head at her youthful exuberance, I gesture at Sheila, who is at the far corner on our left talking to Ryan. In no time, she reaches us. Charlotte, this is Sheila, my personal assistant. Sheila will take you to the dressing room so that you can change and we will begin. Okay, Charlotte nods in agreement and the 2 of them walk away in the other direction. By the time they return, I'm pretty sure my mouth is agape and I'm drooling all over the floor. Charlotte is stunning. Little is left to the imagination in the navy blue company swimsuit she has on. Everyone else on the team had put on the exact same outfit before starting the simulation, but on her, it looks amazing. Her pearly white skin glows beautifully under the reflection of the fluorescent lights. Her blonde, wavy hair is tied into a tight bun at the nape of her neck, and her straight long legs seem to go on forever. My eyes fall to her feet, marveling at the beauty of her red-painted toes. Charlotte has a swimmer's body, lean and toned, yet curvy in all the right places. She carries herself with a rare aura of confidence and exudes pure strength. She is unlike any woman I have ever met, completely unapologetic about who she is and what she wants from life. "Chris?" she calls when she's right in front of me, her lips spread into an eager smile. "I'm ready." I call for Ryan. "Make sure nothing goes wrong," I tell him, and he nods in response. Then, he turns to Charlotte, giving her a rundown of the rules and the do's and don'ts before taking her hand. He leads her towards the steps leading into the tank. While there, Ryan turns to me and says, "Why don't you join us, Chris? You haven't had your turn, so we might as well have you two go together. Is that okay?" I ask him. The thought of being in the water with Charlotte already planting images in my head that have nothing to do with swimming. "Sure." At his assurance, I pull off my lab coat, followed by my black singlet and jean trousers. I'd had my swimming trunks on since we began the simulation process earlier that day, so I wouldn't have to change. I feel eyes on me and raise my head just in time to see Charlotte's eyes roaming along my entire body. Feeling smug, I flex my arm muscles and watch her lips part as she follows that brief action. She's too far gone to notice that I'm now standing in front of her. When I lean down to whisper in her ear, she stumbles so hard that I have to grab her by the waist to keep her from falling. "Are you ready, Charlotte?" I ask, and she nods with a gulp. We stand still as Ryan and the other two divers assist us in putting on safety goggles, oxygen backpacks, and the rest. When we are fully prepared, Ryan gives us the go-ahead to jump in. I don't know why I grab Charlotte's hand, but I do, and she doesn't seem to mind. Together, we step off the ledge and dive into the water-filled tank. The experience is surreal, and we keep plunging down until we're literally at the bottom of the tank. Somehow, our hands are still held tightly by each other. As water bubbles out of the pipe in my mouth, I spare a glance at Charlotte, ready to put her at ease if any of this is too much for her. But I shouldn't have been worried, not when it comes to Charlotte. If it wasn't for the oxygen cups covering our mouths, I'm pretty sure she would be sporting a large smile right now. But I can see that smile in the glint of her beautiful eyes. Water bubbles rapidly out of her pipe, and I suspect she must be giggling. She withdraws her hand from mine and starts swimming around, exploring everywhere and playfully tapping at the faux ocean life around. Rather than follow behind her, I simply watch her shine. Unlike the rest of the teams who had either been nervous or terrified upon entering the tank until they were assured of their safety multiple times, Charlotte looks every bit like she belongs in here. She looks below her and swims back for me, grabbing my hand and pulling me along with her. Together, we swim and swim until we both lose the concept of time, until being inside the water with her starts to feel like home. Much sooner than we'd both like, Ryan puts an end to the simulation and his divers pull us out of the tank. Dripping wet, Charlotte and I find our way back to the ground. "That was awesome," she yells into the room, causing Ryan and I to smile at her childlike excitement. Turning to me, she says, "I really can't wait to experience the real thing. I bet it will be 1,000 times better than this." Taking the towels Sheila brings us, I hand one over to Charlotte and an idea crosses my mind. "Actually, I start." I'll be going with a few members of the team to check out the undersea lab a few days early, before the others join us. Would you like to come with us? She goes silent for a while, and I wonder if I have taken things too far. I'm just eager to finally have someone who loves the ocean just as much as I do beside me as we embark on the greatest expedition of our lives. To my relief, she shouts a resounding yes, accepting my offer. Of course, I'm going to need to put a few things into place and sort out some of my schoolwork earlier than I planned. But it will be totally worth it. She smiles up at me. Thank you, Chris, for this amazing opportunity. And no one else deserved it more than you. I tell her the plain truth and watch her eyes shimmer with unshed tears. My heart constricts and I recognize that dangerous feeling, the one that puts me in certain positions with women that I'm determined to avoid for the rest of my life. I realize then that what I feel for Charlotte is becoming something more than just an attraction. She holds the power to make me fall hopelessly for her. So, I make a decision then and there to make sure that never happens. 5. Charlotte. I sigh for the umpteenth time today as I try to keep my phone pressed against my ear, using my shoulder as support while my hands carefully fold my clothes into a large suitcase. Mom, I promise that I'm going to be fine. And I'm not going to be alone either. We're going to be surrounded by top experts throughout the whole period we'll be there. My mom harumphs, a sound she makes when she's beyond frustrated. Still, you can never fully trust these people. Your father and I have been watching undersea experiments ever since you told us about this fellowship of yours, and most of the time, something goes wrong. I change the position of the phone to my other ear as I proceed to zip up my suitcase. Well, I can promise you that nothing is going to go wrong. I know nothing I say will convince my parents. They have always worried too much about everything. Besides, by the time I was 3, I could swim an entire lake with my eyes closed. You called me your little genius, remember? It's my mother's turn to sigh. Randall, will you talk to your daughter, please? Maybe she'll listen to you if you use your mean, father voice. I roll my eyes, wondering how long this is going to go on for. Much to my surprise, my father doesn't say much. He just grills me on the basic survival skills, and I answer all of his questions correctly. Then, he proceeds to wish me luck. When the phone is returned to my mom, I swallow the groan that threatens to escape when she starts talking. You know, Sheriff Gary's son stopped in town a few days ago. In fact, he has gotten even more handsome since the last time I saw him, she says while I wonder how the conversation ended up here. But I shouldn't be surprised, I guess. My conversations with my mother always end up here somehow. You used to have a little crush on him back then, remember? Maybe when you come home for Thanksgiving this year, we can invite him over for dinner. I can practically see her jumping with excitement. Oh, wouldn't that be so wonderful? Sure, Mom, I agree reluctantly. Maybe when you finally settle down with a man, this urge to partake in dangerous expeditions will be quelled. Deciding I've had enough, I hurriedly make an excuse. Look, Mom, I have to go, okay? There's a lot to be done, but I'll give you a call as soon as I'm at the airport. I love you. Give Daddy a kiss for me, okay? We've had variations of this conversation so many times that I can practically hear her rolling her eyes. Sure, love you too, honey. Bye. The call ends and I heave a long sigh of relief. I lift the suitcase off my bed and am placing it on the floor when the door to my room opens. Ava pokes her head in, taking in my orderly room. Are you done? She asks and I nod. She makes her way into the room and throws her arms around me. I'm going to miss you so much, she cries, and I hug her back tightly. It's not like I'm going to be gone forever. It's just 3 months and I have that 1-week break in the middle, remember? I tell her, trying to convince myself, as well as her, that everything will be fine. I'll be back in no time, I mutter. She pulls away from me and we drop down onto the bed. Yeah, but you'll be right in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, underneath it even. We won't be able to reach each other and there won't be any cute boys around. She whispers the last part so conspiratorially that I burst out into laughter. It's just like Ava to bring boys into a conversation that has absolutely nothing to do with them. I'm going off to possibly make a discovery that could change the world of science. Trust me, the last thing I will be thinking about is whether or not there are cute boys around me. I know, it's just that going 3 months without sex is practically criminal. She scrunches up her nose as she addresses me and I can see the disgust in her eyes just thinking about it. I'll manage, I reassure her with a laugh. You, on the other hand, better not harass my supervisor while I'm gone, okay? Leave the poor man alone. I shake a finger in her face. Ava smirks. Oh please, by the time you get back, Dr. Brad will have been successfully seduced by me. We'll have had hot sex all over this very apartment. This time around, I'm the one scrunching up my nose in disgust. Just keep it out of my room, please, and refrain from telling me all the gory details. I don't want to find it hard to look into my professor's eyes when I return to tell him all about my groundbreaking discovery. Giggling, Ava sticks her tongue out at me. Then she sobers up and nudges me with her shoulder. Take care of yourself, okay? I already spoke to my dad and he promised not to let anything happen to you, so you have to stick by him at all times, okay? The thought of sticking by Christopher Young causes my breath to hitch and my stomach to dip in a delicious manner. But I know that's not at all what Ava means by sticking to her father. I've been trying not to think about the fact that Chris and I will be stuck in an undersea lab for the next 3 months. Sure, others will be there, but we'll be far away from the real world and that is more than enough to forget how inappropriate it would be to get involved with him. At the same time, the anticipation of what is to come is so overwhelming that I have had to remind myself to breathe on multiple occasions. I still can't believe he asked me to come with him a few days early, and I still can't wrap my head around the fact that I said yes. I have no idea if it was the high of being in the water a few seconds before he asked me that made me respond so positively and eagerly, my thirst for knowledge, or my innermost desire of wanting to be near him at all times. Being together in that tank with him last week had felt unreal, like everything was finally right in the world. In a space like that, which would have made many feel claustrophobic, maybe even me if he hadn't been in there with me, I had never felt safer. It felt like coming home and a part of me somehow knew that a man like Chris would allow me the freedom I desperately crave. He would even encourage me to pursue it. The doorbell rings and Ava jumps to her feet. That must be Daddy's driver, here to pick you up. She grabs the handle of my suitcase, rolling it along with her as she gestures for me to hurry. While feeling like my chest is about to explode from the strange mixture of emotions I'm feeling right now, I hastily put on my shoes and follow right after Ava. Confirming her suspicions, there's a man standing in our living room who introduces himself as Raphael, Chris' driver, tasked to bring me to our meeting point. He takes the suitcase from me while I hug Ava goodbye. As Ava wipes a stray tear from her cheek, she and I finally pull away from each other so I can follow behind Raphael. At the parking lot, I see a black, sleek Audi befitting a billionaire like Christopher Young. When Raphael pulls the back seat door open for me, I'm shocked to see Chris already seated in there. Slowly, I head in and watch him as the door closes after me. You look different. The words slip out of my mouth before I can caution myself. He has on a gray t-shirt and dark blue jeans with white sneakers. His dark gray hair is perfectly styled and his eyes are covered with dark sunglasses, making me a bit sad that I can't lose myself in them. He doesn't reply to me, at least not immediately. His hands are folded in fists on his thighs, and his jaw is clenched. He looks angry, but at what I don't know. When he finally replies, it has nothing to do with acknowledging what I just said. "Sit tight, we'll be at the hangar soon." His gruff voice permeates through me and he sounds commanding, cold, and intimidating. "We're not going to the airport?" I bravely ask, still confused about his sudden mood switch. Suddenly, I find myself missing his smile and deep chuckles. "No, we'll be taking my jet," he replies matter-of-factly, and I marvel at how wonderful it must feel to be that rich. The CAR starts and we are off in no time, with neither of us speaking a word to each other. The silence feels so strange and awkward, making me so uncomfortable that I spend it staring out the tinted glass until I doze off. By the time I open my eyes, we are being driven into a large, open space occupied by the biggest private jet I have ever seen. Before it, stands a man dressed in a pilot's uniform and two air hostesses. Raphael rushes to open the door for Chris, before doing the same for me. I struggle to keep up with Chris' long legs as he approaches the three smiling people that will be handling our flight while Raphael follows after us with our suitcases. "Dr. Young, I'm Devon, I'll be your pilot for today. Please, call me Chris." They shake hands and we are led into the cabin while I gape around in awe at how sleek and modern everything is. My dad may have been a mayor back in our town, but I haven't laid eyes on this much wealth before. Chris and I take our seats opposite each other, fastening our seatbelts almost at the same time. He doesn't look at me now either, and his silence is itching at me. When I open my mouth to try and get a sense of what might be going on with him, I'm interrupted by one of the hostesses who approaches us with a smile. "Would you like anything to eat or drink, sir, ma'am?" she asks, bending a bit low with her hands clasped in front of her. I open my mouth to speak, but Chris beats me to it. "A glass of wine each, for the lady and I," he replies without asking what I want or even glancing at me to see if I'm okay with the order. When the hostess leaves, Chris pulls out his laptop and begins to type. Unable to help myself, I glare at him, annoyed at the way he's acting all of a sudden. Then, for the first time since we saw each other this morning, he acknowledges me. Our flight is stopping at Hawaii, where we'll meet the crew, then take the boat straight to the Pacific. We have a long journey ahead of us, so don't hesitate to take a nap if you want. He says all of that without looking me in the eyes, and my fingers squeeze the leather of my chair tightly. Eventually, I can no longer stop myself from asking, "Did I do something wrong?" His brows draw together and he finally looks at me. "Of course not." I expect him to go further than that, but that is all he says. Frustrated, I sigh and sink into my chair. This is going to be a long flight. 6. Christopher. I have no idea how long I watch Charlotte sleep, but the peaceful look on her unconscious face calms me in a way I don't expect. For hours, she stared out the window and I could see her eyes light up with excitement whenever she saw something interesting. But, as soon as she turns to share her discovery, her eyes meet mine and immediately deflate. It's all my fault, I know. I have barely spoken a word to her since we met today. In fact, I made sure to exude a cold and detached appearance just so I wouldn't have to hold a conversation with her. It might come across as mean, but it's the only way for me to stop thinking about Charlotte so much that she affects me. The night before, I had fallen into a deep sleep and the most amazing thing happened. Rather than being plagued by the demons that usually haunt me in my sleep, my dream was filled with images of Charlotte. She had laughed so musically and had dragged me towards an unknown and eerily beautiful land, but I followed willingly behind her. I had woken up from that sleep with even more resolve. My refusal to give her so much power over me that I fall hopelessly in love with her still stands. I have endured too many betrayals to last a lifetime, and it's clear now that Charlotte isn't just another woman I can have and discard so easily. She moans lightly in her sleep and her lips part as she turns her head away from the window. My gaze falls on those lips, wondering what it would feel like to have just one taste. With a sigh, I shake that thought off. "Sir, would you like anything else?" One of the air hostesses asks, leaning down beside me so low that I can see her cleavage. If this was another time, I would have led her to the private room on the plane and taken what her lustful eyes were offering me. However, I find myself completely uninterested in her. It seems Charlotte has her claws way deeper in me than I thought, seeing as she's the only woman I'm interested in. "Get me another neck pillow," I tell her, averting my gaze much to her disappointment. When she leaves, I grab the neck pillow I'd initially requested for before Charlotte fell asleep. I pull it out from behind my neck and unclasp my seatbelt. Then, I lean forward and grab Charlotte by the head as gently as possible so I don't wake her. I place the pillow behind her head, watching as her beautiful, long lashes flutter. Once I'm satisfied with the placement of the pillow, I lean back and clasp my seatbelt once again. The air hostess arrives just in time, so I grab the pillow in her hand and dismiss her before placing it behind my neck. Then, I go back to staring at Charlotte. I study her unique features, like the tiny mole that's just above the left side of her nose and the oval shape of her face. Everything about her looks sensual and perfect. My hands itchto brush back her hair from her face so I can study it more clearly, but I keep them on my lap. Hours go by and I just keep staring, unable to get enough of her. My laptop is long forgotten as I count the minutes until she opens her eyes. I must have dozed off too, because the slight shake of the plane jolts me awake. I open my eyes to see a terrified-looking Charlotte, wide awake. The sight of her like this puts me in an immediate panic. "Are you okay?" I demand as my eyes quickly search every inch of her body for signs of pain or discomfort. When I see none, I return my gaze to hers. "What's wrong?" I ask, a bit gentler this time. Charlotte shakes her head and I watch as her hands grab onto the handles of her seat while her fingers painfully dig into them. The plane, she manages to get out and I immediately understand what she means. "It's just a little turbulence, okay? Everything will be settled soon, the pilot has it all under control, I promise." I try to assure her, but she isn't calming down. So, I think of the next best thing that could distract her. "I went through the application you submitted, it says you're from Georgia. What was it like growing up there?" Her eyes flicker from side to side and it's obvious that she's still nervous, but she replies to me anyway. "Pretty conservative, you know?" She whispers, then clears her throat. "My mom was always trying to enter me into one pageant or another. I think she was a bit disappointed to know that I wasn't crazy about them, unlike the other girls. She may not admit it, but my mom always wanted a girl she could doll up and brag about how pretty she is to the other moms." I smile slightly, rubbing a finger across my lips as I try to picture her pulling out one of the many dresses her mother tried to force on her. "You didn't like the pageants or the other girly things. What did you like then?" Finally, she grins and relaxes a bit. "Science," she says. "I've always loved science. The idea of discovering why things are the way they are has always appealed to me. I much preferred rolling around in the dirt, trying to capture bugs into a transparent jar so that I could observe them, to dressing up in fancy ball gowns and dancing. Her smile grows wider as she leans forward, the slight turbulence long forgotten. One time, I stuffed a handful of bugs in my gown and they scared off my date to one of the founders' balls my mom insisted I attend. Christ, she was so furious. Charlotte throws her head back and laughs so hard and infectiously that I soon join her. She doesn't know it, but every time she speaks, she intrigues me more and more. I listen to her talk about her other experiences as a child, each one more interesting and fascinating than the other. I think it was in my junior year that I made the decision to come to New York and study to become a microbiologist. Like with every other decision I ever made, my parents were utterly furious. Their plan for me had been to find a nice man, settle down with him, and give them beautiful grandbabies like all the other girls. She shakes her head sadly. They still didn't understand that I wasn't like any of those girls, and I didn't want to be like them. I like science, art, and music, and I don't know if I ever want to get married or have children. I just want to go places, see the world, and make an impact in the field of science, you know? But sometimes, I can't help but think I'd have a better relationship with my parents if I followed the path they wanted for me. Then you'd be miserable and you'd end up resenting them and everyone else around you, I tell her. I learned a long time ago to never put anyone else's desires above my own. I do what I want when I want it, and I make sure to put in my best because at the end of the day, that is all that matters. She opens her mouth to speak, but the turbulence hits again and all the blood drains from her face. Oh God, oh God, oh God, she mutters with her eyes tightly shut. Shit. I grasp at something, anything that can keep her distracted. You know, I used to be really fat as a teenager. One eye comes open while the other remains shut. Charlotte snorts, looking me up and down with that one eye. That's a lie. I raise a brow. You don't believe me? She opens both eyes this time. Are you telling the truth? A chuckle escapes my mouth and I shake my head. She smirks. I knew it. I could have been though, you don't know. She tilts her head to the side slightly and peruses me once again before giving quite the definite answer. Nope. I just can't see it. Okay, so maybe I wasn't fat, but I was a troublesome kid. Charlotte nods as she smiles mischievously. Yeah, that I can see, she says, and I roll my eyes even though her response has me amused. Why though? According to the media, you were born to the most generous parents on earth. They had money and they weren't shy about giving to those who needed it. Memories of my childhood flash in my mind, and it's almost like I'm back with my parents in that gorgeous Victorian-style house my mom always did her best to maintain. I shrug. I think I was just being an adolescent, a very entitled one at that. My parents had the money, so I somehow got it into my head that I could do whatever I wanted without facing the consequences. Oh, Charlotte exclaims in a low register. Yeah, I huff. They got that idea right out of my head in no time though. How? What did they do? Charlotte leans forward with curiosity written all over her face. I smile fondly as the memory of that day fills my head. I got into a bit of trouble with a couple of my classmates. I don't think I would call them friends, especially not when they threw me under the bus for everything that happened. We had been silly, trying to trespass into a really expensive vacation home, but the alarm went off and the police were on us in no time. What did your parents do? Did they bail you out? No, I reply and release a short laugh when Charlotte gasps. They left me there for at least 24 hours. According to them, it was important that I experience what being in jail would be like if we didn't have money. At first, I threatened and raged at the cops. But after several hours passed with me in that cell, I thought long and hard about my behavior. Then, I realized that wasn't who I wanted to be, and I left the police station a changed person. And look at you now, Charlotte smiles with approval shining in her eyes. Yeah, look at me now, I smile back. I try to recall the last time I had a conversation this deep with anyone and come up short. There's just something about Charlotte, I realize, that makes me feel safe about spilling my guts to her. Unlike with other women, she carefully listens to every word with clear interest showing on her face. It makes me feel heard, listened to, and appreciated. Something I haven't felt in a very long time. Our conversation goes on for several more minutes, and the turbulence has come to a stop by now. The pilot announces our arrival minutes later, and the plane lands to Charlotte and I laughing over wine. The door opens and I go down the first 2 steps before reaching my hand out to Charlotte. As soon as her soft hand slips into mine, I feel a spark of electricity coursing through my veins. I think she does too, because she gasps softly. I lead her to the car parked a few feet away from us, opening the door for her to enter. Before she does, her eyes meet mine. I guess all I needed to get you to speak to me was a little turbulence, she smiles before getting into the car. That is when I remember my decision not to engage with her any more than is necessary has been rendered null. 7. Charlotte. There's a reason why Hawaii is one of the most beautiful islands in the world. As we drive past the stunningly large mountains and riveting blue-green ocean that make up the scenery of this place, I feel slightly sad that we are just passing through. It's quite obvious that I have never been here before from the way I point out things to Chris like an excited child in a candy store. My face is pressed to the window of the car all through our ride past the city, and I make a mental note to add this place to my vacation list. Beside me, Chris, who has already admitted to being here before, engages me every time I point something out. He doesn't get annoyed or impatient with me, and it's almost like he's seeing the island from a new perspective, namely mine. It's a far cry from the man who had picked me up at my apartment earlier today. Although the turbulence on the plane had scared the hell out of me, I was sort of grateful for it. It had caused Chris to sweetly try and distract me by finally talking to me. Listening to him tell me about his childhood had been a privilege, one I didn't want to lose. Suddenly, the 10-hour flight that started out long and tiring went by so fast that I hadn't wanted it to end. As the clear skies began to be shrouded by dark clouds, Christopher shifts beside me. We can't sail to the Pacific today as we had planned, so I had my assistant arrange a suite for us at the hotel I use whenever I'm here. Oh, I let out. The idea of sharing a suite with him makes my cheeks warm and my stomach tumble in anticipation. I suddenly become very aware of his eyes, lips, and arms. Wouldn't that be a little too inconvenient for you, sharing a room? I can pay for a room for myself, I assure him. Chris narrows his eyes and his jaw clenches. There are 2 rooms in the suite, so you won't be an inconvenience, he says, and I almost kick myself. Of course, he never planned to share a room with me. And you won't be paying for anything by yourself. I was the one who convinced you to come with me a few days early, so I should take responsibility. Besides, all expenses for this expedition have been covered by my company. My mouth hangs open as I struggle for what to say. Not that I can exactly argue with anything he has just said. Instead, I just nod and go back to staring out the window. By the time we arrive at the expensive, fancy-looking 10-story hotel, it's already dark. However, I don't feel tired at all. It's as if the trip and the excitement of being in a new place has energized me. I'm pretty sure I skip a few times on our way to the lobby, because I feel Chris' amused glance on me. I follow him to the elevator when he collects the key card to our suite. Once the elevator door closes, everything changes. Being in an enclosed space with Christopher Young is torture. He might be far taller than me, but I still manage to steal subtle glimpses at his focused face. If possible, his side profile looks almost better than his full profile. I start to imagine all sorts of scenarios in my head. Him pushing me against the elevator wall and kissing me senseless. Him wrapping his arms around my waist and lifting me up so my thighs wrap around him. His erection perfectly lined up against my entrance. Charlotte. Then, he'll whisper my name in my ear just like that before proceeding to bite my lobe sensually. His lips will trail down my neck. Charlotte, we are here. I gasp loudly, snapping out of my lustful thoughts to see Chris staring at me with concern. Oh God, I must be completely out of it. At this point, my treacherous heart seems to have completely ignored that this man is my best friend's father and he is to be my boss for the next 3 months. There's also the fact that he's over 20 years older than me. As if I couldn't disappoint my parents any more than I already have. Sorry, I guess I'm a lot more tired than I thought, I lie through my teeth. Chris nods as we both step out of the elevator. You should get some rest. I guess I should have dinner brought up to us instead of going all the way to the restaurant on the 2nd floor. At that, I perk up. I rush eagerly to his side and say, no, I want to have dinner at the restaurant. If that's okay with you? I can't come all the way to this beautiful, famous island and spend it holed up in a fancy suite, especially if we'll be leaving first thing tomorrow. He looks impressed at my response and a smile plays at the corner of his mouth. I should have expected nothing less, he says, and I struggle to understand what he means. All right, how about you freshen up and we'll go down for dinner in 30 minutes? Okay, I nod and duck into our room as soon as he opens the door. Just like everything else about the hotel, our suite is large and gorgeous. There's a large TV in the living room with solid, fancy-looking furniture that I can't help but run my fingers along. Under the glass-encased table in the middle of the room is an expensive-looking Persian rug, and on the walls are delicately drawn paintings that I take too long to admire. Once I'm done taking it all in, while Chris waits patiently behind me, I turn to the right and there are indeed 2 doors to our rooms. I wave shyly at Chris before heading into my room where a king-size canopy bed awaits me. There's a TV in here, too, but it isn't as large as the one in the first room. I find my suitcase by the door, silently thanking the attendant who brought our luggage up. I hurl it onto the bed and pick out the things I need to use in the bathroom. Then, I open the bathroom door. Somehow, it's even more sophisticated than the other rooms. I bet that the extra-wide clawfoot tub can easily take 2 or more people. I draw myself a bath in that tub, then dip myself into the clean, scented and foamy water with a sigh and marvel at the immediate loosening of the knots in my body. I almost want to tell Chris to have our dinner brought up just so I can spend more time in the bath, but I don't. Instead, I make a promise to myself to spend more time in the tub when we return from the restaurant. I exit the tub and return to the bedroom to get dressed. I pick out a nice, yellow halter neck dress that stops above my knees and pair it with the pair of new designer slippers that Ava got me for my birthday last year. I pack my hair to the side and hold the strands together with a hairpin. My self-consciousness at accompanying a man like Christopher Young to dinner kicks in, so I apply a bit of makeup on my already smooth face. It's not something I do often or at all in fact, but it has already been established that when it comes to Chris, all of my sense of reasoning is thrown out of the window. A few seconds later, there's a knock on my door and I open it to see Chris dressed in a suit, as usual, and looking as handsome as ever. His eyes roam my body, taking it all in inch by inch until they return to my face. It's subtle, but I can see anger simmering beneath his eyes, and I wonder what put it there. "You look beautiful." It's meant to be a compliment, but the way he says it throws me off. It's like me looking beautiful annoys him. I don't think I've ever met a man as confusing as Christopher Young. "Thank you," I reply anyway, because I don't think I have it in me to decipher his odd behavior. "This way," he waves towards the door, and I go ahead of him. We head into the elevator, and it's just as intense for me as the ride from earlier. When we arrive at our destination, I can breathe again, but that doesn't last very long because Chris' hand comes to rest gently on my waist. The feel of his hand behind my back causes me to stumble in my steps, but he quickly steadies me. I'm pretty sure my cheeks are bright red by now, and it suddenly feels too hot in this well-ventilated room. We are led to our seats by one of the well-dressed waiters, and as much as Chris' hand on my body makes me nervous, I miss it as soon as it's gone. We sit down opposite each other and Chris proceeds to order our food, while I take in my surroundings. I can feel many eyes on Chris and I, especially from the ladies, and I'm 99% sure that they're wondering what a man like him is doing with a girl like me. I probably look like a spoiled gold digger to them. Refusing to let their judgmental gazes affect me, I return my attention to the man before me, smiling up at him before digging into my food. We are barely 5 minutes into eating before we are approached by a couple who both look about the same age as Chris. However, it's clear that Chris takes good care of his body, because compared to them, he's more fit and agile. "Christopher Young," the man booms. "Fancy seeing you here." His smile widens when Chris raises his head up at him. "Thomas." Chris stands to his feet and extends his hand to the man in a handshake. Thomas takes his hand and looks to the woman beside him whose eyes convey a deep sense of boredom. "You remember my wife, Lisa?" "Of course," Chris nods. "Lovely to meet you, Mrs. Knight." The moment Chris acknowledges her, the boredom in her cunning dark eyes immediately fades, and she lights up, scanning him with clear interest. "Oh, the pleasure is mine, Mr. Young." She practically drools all over him, no regard for her husband whatsoever. Jealousy rears its ugly head within me, and I glare daggers at the hand she has wrapped around Chris. I rise to my feet with a tight smile, staring expectantly at Chris, who immediately withdraws his hand from Lisa Knight's tight grip. His arm comes back around my waist and I want to shout aloud hot in Mrs. Knight's face. "Please, pardon my manners. This is Charlie Wilson." That's all he says. He doesn't explain who I am to him, and they don't ask either. But that isn't what shocks me. Rather, it's the fact that he introduced me as Charlie when he has only ever called me Charlotte since we met. It occurs to me that either it was an honest mistake or Chris wants to be the only one that calls me Charlotte. The latter fills my belly with a sense of happiness that I can't quite explain. "Lovely to meet you, Miss Wilson," Thomas Knight says, but I don't like his beady eyes on me. However, he keeps them fixated on me even as he addresses Chris. "You've got yourself a gorgeous one here, Young." He licks his lips, much to my disgust. I feel Chris' hand tighten against my waist and I stick to his side, the only place I feel safe from Thomas's creepy stare. I don't respond to Thomas's observation, and neither does Chris. I just want the couple gone, but the universe doesn't grant my wish. Thomas insists on joining us at our table, and despite feeling Chris stiffen beside me, he doesn't refuse them and the Knights end up joining us. Lisa Knight sits right beside me, but her eyes are glued on Chris, shamelessly and openly staring at him while her husband does the same to me. All three of them talk about Hawaii's economy, comparing it to New York's. It is a conversation I find extremely boring, so rather than join them, I just continue to eat my food. I nod absent-mindedly on occasion while Chris glances at me several times to ensure that I'm okay. When I can no longer stand Thomas's gaze on me, I excuse myself and head to the restaurant's bathroom. There, I wash my hands and stare into the mirror for several minutes, wondering if it would be considered rude to leave them at the table and head back to the suite. Sighing when I realize I've taken too much time in the bathroom and I have to go back out there, I brush my hair out of my face and grab the door handle. I open the door and gasp when I see the person standing a few feet away from me. Mr. Knight, I trail off as all the alarm bells in my head go off. He smirks, licking his lips as those eyes of his roam the entirety of my body. I couldn't get my mind off you for the entire time that you were gone, he says, grinning. I step to the side in an attempt to get away from this hallway and far away from him while still keeping my eyes on him for any sudden movements. I should get back out there. I'm sure Chris is wondering what is holding me up. It's a subtle threat to remind him that Chris is just a few feet away from us, one that I hope works. Thomas raises a brow. Chris, huh? He barks out a laugh. Well, I don't think Chris will mind, do you? After all, he never really keeps the likes of you around for long. I, on the other hand, can offer you a place at my side for as long as you desire. Be well assured that I'll give you double of whatever Christopher is offering you. He takes a step forward and I quickly step back only for my back to come in contact with the bathroom door. I take my eyes off him briefly to look around for help, but there's no one around. The hallway is eerily empty. I'm not interested. I put enough force in my voice and make to leave only for him to grab me by the arm. Fear grips me as he takes another step towards me, crowding my space. You sure are bold for one of Christopher's little sluts. How dare you walk out on me when all I'm trying to do is change your life for the better. His other hand grips my waist and he leans closer to me so that I feel his breath on my face. You should be thankful. Let go of me, I cry helplessly as his grip on my arm tightens. I try to twist my way out of his hold, but when that proves useless, I go the other route and knee him in the crotch. However, he sees it coming and steps out of the way. Bitch, he spits in my face and lands a slap right across my face. 8. Christopher. I watch Thomas excuse himself and head for the bathroom, and for some reason, I feel uneasy. After seeing the way he kept his eyes glued on Charlotte the entire time that she was here, I don't want him anywhere near her. As soon as he steps completely out of sight though, I feel Lissa's fingers on me. She trails her fingers across the back of my palm and I instantly feel repulsed. Now that Thomas is gone, she bites her lips in an attempt to look seductive, but I just think she looks constipated instead. What do you say we take this someplace else? She winks. Resisting the urge to roll my eyes, I grab her hand and pull it off mine. Why don't you save it for someone that's actually interested, Lissa? I reply coldly as I keep an eye on the door behind her. I never should have invited her and her husband to join us in the first place. Lissa notices my attention drifting behind her and she smiles. Don't tell me you're actually worried about the girl. Isn't she one of your many flavors of the month? Anger swells within me. How dare she address Charlotte like that when she knows nothing about her? Excuse me? I growl, pretty sure there's fire brewing in my eyes right now. Unaffected by my outburst, Lissa waves me off unbothered. It doesn't matter anyway. She's probably off in that bathroom right now sucking Thomas off. She smirks. I know my husband quite well, girls like that are his latest interests these days. I don't know when I jump to my feet, dragging the chair behind me in so much haste that it falls to the ground. My reaction startles Lissa and those around us, but I couldn't care less. I lean down and point a finger at Lissa. If your husband lays a single finger on even one strand of her hair, I'll make sure you two have nothing to return to. So, you better hope to God that I find Charlotte in one piece, or I'll ruin your business until there's nothing but crumbs left. I walk away from Lissa, who stares after me with open-mouthed shock as she finally understands the implication of what she just told me. I take large steps towards the bathroom door, practically running. Pushing the door open, I go deeper into the hallway, coming to a stop when I reach the female's bathroom. At the sight of Thomas's hands forcing her against the bathroom door while she struggles to get out of his grip, I see red. With a loud growl, I rush towards him and yank him away from her by the scruff of his neck. There's shock on his face when he sees me. Christoph. I don't let him finish that word before punching him right in the face. Disgustingly weak, he falls to the ground and I look to the side to see Charlotte holding her face. Gently, I grab her hand and pull it off her cheek to see an angry red mark on the soft skin. I don't think I've ever been this enraged. You fucking touched her? Even though I can no longer recognize my own voice, I don't care. I kneel beside Thomas and pull him up by his collar. You are going to regret ever laying eyes on her. I'll make sure of it, I promise, rather than threaten him. Then, I proceed to deal blows to his face. I stop counting at some point. I just keep punching until his pathetic moans are gone and all I can hear are gasps and murmurs around me. I look behind me to see that we've attracted a lot of bystanders, but the fire in me hasn't been quenched yet. I'm going to kill the bastard, I realize, but the thing in me that's meant to stop or restrain me is gone, so I don't stop punching. However, restraint comes in the form of two bulky security men and the hotel's manager, who immediately recognizes me. There's fear in his eyes as the security men pull me away from an unconscious Thomas. It's clear that he has no idea what to do. He's torn between holding me accountable for what just happened and losing a VIP guest forever. I put him out of his misery by addressing him through gritted teeth. Get him out of my sight and hand him straight to the police unless you want me to alert the media that you allow rapists in your hotel and restaurant. Gasps of disbelief spread around us as everyone watches the man lying on the ground with disgust. Some even start pointing at Lissa, who is standing off to the side and watching everything unfold in horror, calling her the wife of a rapist. The manager's eyes grow twice as wide. Of course, sir, he stutters and motions for the security man to let me go. As soon as I'm free from their hold, I hear a tiny voice whisper my name. Chris. My head snaps to the side and I see Charlotte in a way I never have before. It shatters my heart, seeing the fear in her usually bright green eyes. Her arms are wrapped around herself as she attempts to make herself as small as possible. Without further hesitation, I approach her, then sweep her off her feet and carry her out of that godforsaken hallway. She buries her head in my chest as we leave the crowd that has gathered in the bathroom hallway. I feel my shirt getting wet as I carry her into the elevator. It's the only way I know Charlotte has been crying. She doesn't make a sound, nor does she move. But the tears are there, seeping into my skin until they brand my flesh and leave an invisible mark that will forever remain. Once we're in the room, I lay her on my bed and feel angry all over again when she hastily grabs my shirt and begs me not to leave her. I will make Thomas Knight pay. I make that promise within me again and again and again until I can breathe. I make a different promise to Charlotte. I will be back, love, I assure her, and she nods before finally she lets me go. I head into the bathroom to get warm water and a napkin, then I return to her side. Gently, I pat her cheek with the wet napkin, feeling pain deep in my bones when she winces from the sting. "I'm so sorry, Charlotte," I whisper, guilt a heavy stone in my chest. Slowly, I lean down and kiss her cheek, wishing I could take the pain away, take it all back. If I had the power, this night would never have happened. Charlotte stares up at me. "It's not your fault, Chris. It's not your fault," she insists. However, despite how convincing she sounds, I still find it hard to believe her. If I hadn't given her the option of going down to the restaurant for dinner, or if I hadn't succumbed to Thomas and his wife asking to join our table, none of this would have happened. I put the bowl and napkin aside, then I caress her cheek with the back of my hand. I revel in her soft, porcelain skin, and I get lost in her captivating eyes. She holds me hostage, and I don't ever want to be rescued. I mull over the events of today, my reaction to seeing her hurt and my eagerness to take the pain away. I come to a conclusion. Whether I like or want it or not, Charlotte Wilson has gotten under my skin. What scares me, however, is that I don't want it any other way. My heart says she's mine, but my brain, which holds memories of past betrayals, fights against it. And for a brief moment, I let my heart win. 9. Charlotte. I wake up to the powerful, glorious scent of Chris. Instead of jumping off the bed and overthinking about why I'm in his bed, I bury my nose in the pillow where that smell is coming from. The events of last night replay in my head and I shudder. I take another long sniff of the pillow and immediately become overwhelmed by him. He's everywhere, in my blood, my veins, and my body. It makes me feel safer than I have ever felt. "You're awake," his voice echoes from behind me, and only then do I jump with a gasp. Shocked, I sit up and look behind me. There in the corner of the room and seated on the chair is Chris, staring back at me with bloodshot eyes. His jacket is off and his shirt looks rumpled. His hair stands in different directions, and it looks like he has been running his fingers through it all night. "What? Why are you over there?" Chris raises a brow as he stares meaningfully at me without saying a word. "OH," I exclaim, understanding dawning on me. "You should have woken me up to go to my room or carried me." I gulp as I remember how he had lifted me off the floor and carried me out of that hallway. It had felt really good to have someone take care of me the way he did last night. I almost weep again at the thought. Chris adjusts himself on the chair. "I didn't see the need for that when you had already fallen asleep. I didn't want to wake you." Those intense eyes keep me glued to the spot. "Well, you could have slept in my room instead." "That can't be comfortable." I nod at the chair he must have slept in. "I wanted to watch you sleep," he deadpans. His statement makes me blush and the butterflies in my stomach take flight. At a loss for what to say, I lower my head and pick off the imaginary lint from the blanket covering my legs. Finally, I whisper, "I'm sorry." "For what?" I hear an undertone of anger in his voice. Swallowing, I shrug with my head still lowered. "Thomas was your friend, and because of me, that bastard isn't my friend." There's so much venom in his voice as he speaks. "Look at me, Charlotte," he commands, and my eyes immediately obey, finding his. Chris stands and takes one long stride that closes the distance between us. He sits by the edge of the bed and his hand brushes my bruised cheek. "You have nothing to be sorry about. Nothing that happened was your fault. Do you understand me?" He searches my eyes intensely and I nod. "I want to hear you say it." "Yes, Chris. I understand." I whisper and my eyes fall to his lips. I can't help it, my tongue darts out to lick my lips. The sound of my heart beating fast is so loud that it echoes in my ears. I hear Chris' slow groan as his eyes follow the movement of my tongue, and anticipation fills me as he leans forward. Our eyes meet and time stands still. Nothing else matters except the feel of his lips against mine. Leaning forwards, I feel his breath on mine, and for just a brief second my lips brush against his. Just that sensation alone makes me release a moan. I move closer to Chris, ready to deepen the kiss when a loud sound goes off that tears us apart from each other. Breathing heavily, we both turn to the direction of the sound and find an alarm clock on the bedside table. Shit. Chris rubs his hand over his face. I forgot that I set that for our take off to the harbor. We don't have to go if you aren't up for it, he says. Quickly, I shake my head. No, I say a little loudly before lowering my voice. I mean, I'm fine. We can totally go. I want us to be right on schedule. Then, I drag myself off the bed and hastily shove my feet into my slippers. I should go, freshen up. I rush into my room without sparing a backward glance at him. My heart pounds from the reality of what would have happened seconds ago if the alarm clock hadn't interrupted us. Christ, I almost kissed my best friend's father, and even the thought of it fills me with so much more excitement than shame. In the bathroom, I stare at myself in the mirror as I trail my lips with my finger. It had been very brief, but his lips had touched mine. I wonder if he regrets what happened, if he wants to take it back. Sighing, I realize that it's very possible for what I'm feeling to be one-sided. Hadn't Thomas said I was one of Chris' playthings? After all, he never really keeps the likes of you around for long. The first time we met in the men's room, he had flirted with me, and we had been so close to kissing too. But then, he found out who I was, and everything changed. Why would a man like him be interested in someone like me anyway? The excitement from our almost kiss fades with each thought that crosses my mind, until all that is left is apprehension and embarrassment. I suck it all in, refusing to dwell on it any longer. Then, I get dressed in a long-sleeve white blouse, blue jeans, and sturdy boots. I pull my hair up into a ponytail and braid the end so it won't be at a disadvantage with the wind when we get on the boat. My suitcase is packed and ready. After the kinds of things I've experienced within a few hours in this hotel, I honestly can't wait to leave. At this point, the only thing I am looking forward to is seeing the ocean and finally arriving at the undersea lab. Chris and I walk side by side as we exit the hotel, with the bellboy leaving in front with our suitcases. Throughout our walk to the parking lot, neither of us speaks, although it's clear that Chris looks like he has something to say. He keeps looking in my direction and loosening his jaw like he's about to say something, only for him to clamp it shut all over again and avert his gaze. Our ride away from the hotel is nothing like the one to it. I have no strength to find the beauty in the magnificent sunrise or the clear blue skies. Even the tourists walking around and having a good time irritate me to no end. Beside me, Chris just sits perfectly still, neither of us talking about what almost happened back in the room. The ride to the harbor takes about an hour, and I feel immediate relief the moment we arrive. I step out of the car as soon as the driver opens the door for me, and this time, I marvel at the enormous ships that are scattered across the harbor. Within seconds of our arrival, a middle-aged man with the kindest smile approaches us and bends to his waist. He rises as his gaze falls on Chris. "Mr. Young, your boat is ready," he says, but his smile quickly turns into a frown when he looks behind us, searching for something. "What's wrong, George?" Chris asks, concern written all over his face as he tries to decipher the reason behind the man's sudden change in mood. George hesitates for a second before speaking. "I don't think it's a good idea to leave today, sir," he says, leaving us wondering what is going on. However, we don't wonder for long before he explains himself. "Your crew is yet to arrive, and it doesn't look like they will even be coming today." I'm too stunned to restrain myself from yelling out the word, "What?" I turn towards Chris, panicking deep down at the thought of having our plans for the day cancelled. My day will take a real plummet if we have to return to the hotel after coming all the way over here. Chris' eyebrows furrow. "What do you mean it doesn't look like they'll be coming today?" he demands as he shoves his hands in his pockets. George looks nervously between Chris and I. "All flights to Hawaii have been cancelled, sir. Apparently, there's going to be a big storm later in the day. If your crew isn't already here, then I'm afraid they won't be able to make it in time." Chris runs his fingers through his hair as the implication of what George just said settles deep within us. "Shit," he mutters, and I can practically feel his frustration radiating all over him. Without the crew, it's highly unlikely that we will sail the boat today. Not only do we need a team with expert skills on board, but it's also kind of a requirement to have a sailing crew with us on an expedition like this one. However, we are also on a very tight schedule, and failure to adhere to it could derail our entire plans for the next 3 months. I stare helplessly at Chris, and it looks like he recognizes my cry for help. "I'll fix this," he says, "and it's a promise." Then he pulls out his phone and dials a number. "Hey, Sheila," he trails off as he walks a few feet away from me. I can't hear what exactly he's saying to his assistant, but he looks really pissed off. At one point, he stops talking, only for him to yell, "Get Ryan on the damn phone." He walks further away from me, speaking rapidly into the speaker of his phone. That is when my phone buzzes, and I pull it out to see Ava's name on the screen. "Hey, bestie," she screams in my ear as soon as I pick up the call. "How's it going?" I sigh heavily and relay everything that has happened since we got here to her. When I get to the part about Thomas Knight, she releases a long string of curses. "I always knew there was something creepy about that man," she says. "Tell me about it." I sigh. "I'm just glad my dad was there to keep you safe. I can't even begin to think of what could have happened if he wasn't there." She sounds distraught, and her words make me shudder because I've thought about it as well. In order to distract myself and put what happened yesterday in the past, I intentionally omit the part where I almost kissed her father and proceed to our latest predicament. Now, we are practically stuck at the harbor with the crew members nowhere to be found. George says if they aren't already here, then the possibility of them arriving today is very low. Ava rages on about the incompetence of others. "They should have called at least," she says, and I make a sound of agreement. "Although," she trails off. "Although what?" I ask, sensing that she's about to come up with one of her classic act before you think solutions. "I mean, you two could sail the boat by yourselves. My dad is somewhat of an expert when it comes to sailing, and with someone like you who is a fast learner on board, what could go wrong?" At first, I start to decline her suggestion, but the more I think about it, the more it makes perfect sense to me. Ava's idea seems even more plausible when Chris, no longer on his phone, approaches me with a downcast expression. "Ava, you're a genius. I'll talk to you later." I laugh. Then, I turn to Chris just in time. "I have an idea." I tell him with a grin. 10. Christopher. Charlotte never fails to surprise me at every turn. Any other person would have insisted we return to the hotel and wait for the crew to arrive, no matter how long it takes. However, she's nothing like that. Her green eyes shimmer with excitement and anticipation as she waves her hands erratically before me, spilling her idea. I mean, what could go wrong? She spreads her hands between us and shrugs. I eye her carefully, looking for any sign of distress or apprehension, but I'm met with nothing but her eagerness to get started. Are you sure you want to do this? Because once we start, there's no going back. Yes, she nods, causing her braided ponytail to bounce wildly behind her. I'm 100% sure. I am going to need all the help I can get, which means it's going to be really tiring. Are you sure you're okay with that? I continue to give her the option and time to opt out. She glares at me, her impatience running thin. Yes, Chris, I'm sure. She replies with annoyance and then crosses her arms over her chest as she stares at me with challenge in her eyes. Why, you don't think I can handle it? Slowly, a smile forms on my lips. I wouldn't dare, I reply. Then, I offer her my hand after sending a quick text to Sheila to get me a new crew. Come on then, let's do this. Charlotte takes my hand and I'm immediately transported back to the hotel room and the slight brush of her lips against mine. I had been ready to risk it all in that moment, and I would have if that alarm clock hadn't rung. I briefly wonder if I would have regretted risking it all, but it takes me a second to crush that thought. Nothing about Charlotte can fill me with regret. It's because of my lack of trust in women and not because of Charlotte that I'm trying my best to hold back as much as I can. I take her hand and lead her towards my boat as we follow after George. In no time, we arrive at the 50-foot-long yacht and I watch Charlotte's mouth drop open in pure admiration. She points at the massive boat with shaky fingers as her head swivels to me with widened eyes. This is what you call a boat, Chris? She exclaims with disbelief, and I almost laugh at her. Oh, what it must feel like to be insanely rich, she says as she eyes me with faint jealousy. If it was another woman, that statement would have rubbed me wrong, but there isn't any form of malice in Charlotte's tone when she talks. More so, I don't mind spending that same money on her that has her in awe. My hand holding hers firmly, I pull her towards the steps leading to the entrance of my yacht. Come on, I urge her. I have a feeling you'll want to see what is inside. The moment we step in, Charlotte literally squeals, much to mine and George's amusement. She trails her fingers along the dark brown walls, plopping down onto the white, leather furniture before going further down the steps and into the cabins. This place has everything, she exclaims as she takes it all in. Eventually, it's time to leave and George bids us farewell. When it's just Charlotte and I left, we both head on board to get prepared. We divide and conquer, checking to make sure the sails are in order and the hull hasn't been cracked or damaged. Then we make sure the rig is ready, putting on a coat of wax and polishing all the metal. We make sure everything is working perfectly fine in the fuel system before finally giving everything a good once over and ensuring that the safety equipment is still in order. Before we finally set out, I ensure that Charlotte and I have on life jackets and safety harnesses. We have breakfast in the cabin, with me whipping up a classic English meal, then we set out. Where did you learn how to sail? Charlotte asks me hours later while keeping me company in the sailor's compartment. Her eyes rest on my hands as they steer the boat in the direction I want. I smile slightly. My father used to have a boat he named after my mother. Every weekend, he would take me out on it and show me how everything worked. Then he'd give me a chance to steer the boat for short periods of time before I was able to sail without much supervision. He called it our father-son bonding time. The only father-daughter bonding time I got was learning how to shoot at wild animals. Intrigued, I briefly stare at her. You can handle a rifle? She smirks. You sound so shocked, Chris. I chuckle, shaking my head. By now, you'd think I wouldn't be. Everything about you is, I trail off, searching for the right words to use. Astonishing. I finally say. I watch her blush from the compliment before she deflates with a sigh. My mother may have yearned for a daughter, but my father always wanted a son and he never hit it. He tried so hard to teach me things like shooting a rifle, but I hated killing those poor animals. Eventually, my mom found out and I no longer had to endure any of that. It looks like even back then, you knew what you wanted, Charlotte Wilson. Suddenly, her gaze becomes intense and her eyes hold mine. I've always known what I wanted, Chris. Christ, those words. They hold a deeper meaning than whatever it is we're talking about, and she wants me to know it. I've been trying not to think too much about the fact that it's just me and her in the boat, distracting myself with everything else. But now that she has just blatantly told me she wants me just as much as I want her, that is all that fills my brain. Hours pass by and Charlotte soon falls asleep in her chair. In order to make her more comfortable, I take a little break and carry her down into one of the cabins, placing her on the soft bed so that she can sleep better. I take a moment to watch her sleep, taking in how beautiful and at peace she looks. Suddenly, the boat rocks violently and I stumble beside the bed. Charlotte's eyes fly open as she looks around with panic. What is going on? She asks, but she has to shout because the sound of crashing waves fills the air. Wait here, I instruct and rush back to the sailor's compartment. Through the windows, I see a wild storm approaching. George's words about the possibility of a storm hitting today replays in my head. Shit, 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 I mutter. What do you need me to do? Charlotte's voice pierces my thoughts. I told you to stay back, I bellow at her. I don't want her anywhere near where she could be harmed, but the determined stare she directs back at me tells me she won't back down. With a sigh, I relent. Fine, I spit out through gritted teeth before doling out instructions to her. Together, we try to avoid the storm by changing the direction of the boat and we succeed, until there's a loud ripping sound that makes my stomach plummet. I check for the sound and it is just as I suspected. There's a long rip at the seam of one of the sails, rendering our boat unable to move as fast. No, I yell, feeling frustrated while Charlotte shivers fearfully beside me. Thankfully, we're out of the storm's way, so I drop the boat's anchor, forcing it to stay in place since we can no longer move with a damaged sail. Then, I go ahead and shut everything down before turning to face a frozen Charlotte. Charlotte, I call out her name like it's the only thing that matters. Her presence is the one thing holding me together right now, and I don't hesitate to reach out for her. In order to alleviate her fear and bring her back to her senses, I take her cheeks in my hands and stare into her eyes. Charlotte, look at me. Her eyes fly open and focus directly on mine. I'm sorry, Chris, I'm sorry I panicked. Shoo, it's okay. It's okay. We're going to be okay. I close the remaining distance between us, causing our bodies to come flush against each other. Her breathing quickens and slowly, she closes her eyes once again. Gently, I caress her cheek, marveling at how soft her skin is. Everything is going to be fine, I tell her and watch as her lips part to release a gasp. My thumb grazes those lips and I can't help but groan at how soft and plump they are. My reasoning evades me and I no longer care about restrictions. I want to ease her fear and I do it the only way I know how. Lowering my head, I gently raise her chin and my lips find hers. It's just a slight graze, but it's the most glorious thing, especially with the tiny moan she lets out when I've barely even touched her. I release her chin and let that hand fall to her waist, pulling her even closer than I thought possible. I cradle her cheek in my palm and kiss her gently on the lips, a kiss that quickly becomes deeper and much steamier, leaving us breathless. I pull away, but Charlotte grabs my shirt. "Don't stop now, please," she pleads, and I can't resist those eyes. My willpower is gone and I succumb to the amazing feeling that comes from being this intimate with her. This time around, I don't hold back. I lock lips with Charlotte once again, drinking her in like she's the last drop of water in a scorching desert. Nothing has ever felt this way before, I realize. Kissing her in real life is far better than it feels in my dreams and imagination. I realize then that I'll never have enough of her taste in my mouth. I kiss her with a fervent, urgent need, harder and deeper until I'm not sure where either of us begins or ends. I bury my hand in her luscious hair and can't help the groan that erupts from my chest. She tastes like honey, rainbows, the sun, and everything good. She is perfect. I break for air, but I can't stand not touching her, so I bury my lips in her neck, trailing soft kisses along her collarbone, up her chin and cheeks until she's gasping for breath. I forget about everything, how she is my daughter's best friend and an employee that currently works for me. I forget it all and embrace the beauty and exhilaration of this moment I never thought I'd ever get to experience. Gently, I lower her to the floor and we lie down beside each other. My hand reaches out to graze her cheek and I can feel her warmth seeping through the heavy life jacket we both have on. I kiss her again and her moans spur me on. When she reaches up and tugs at my hair, I explode and light on fire. My heart is beating so fast and I want to live in this moment forever. By the time we pull apart for air, we stare into each other's eyes, and I marvel at the intensity of the desire in her gorgeous green eyes. It's too much. I close my eyes and take in a ragged breath to steady myself. Before I know it, I'm pulling away from her. "I can't do this," I whisper, but she hears me anyway. I stand, my fingers buried in my hair. Images of my past relationships fill my head, images of me falling too fast only to be stabbed in the back by conniving women who planned it all along. "I'm sorry, I can't," I shake my head and stumble backwards. Charlotte's eyes water with unshed tears and I watch as she pulls herself up from the floor. Without hesitation, she flees from me and I don't call her back. "Charlotte." I shut the door with a bang that I can barely hear over the loud crashing waves, and curl into bed, throwing the blanket over my body. A silly part of me hopes that he will come after me, but that hope is shattered after several minutes pass and I'm all alone in the room. I bury my face in the fluffy pillow, willing myself not to cry and to think about anything else. But that obviously doesn't work, because the tears start to flow in no time and all I can think about is Chris' mouth on mine 1 minute and him rejecting me the next. "I can't do this." Those 4 words keep getting replayed over and over in my head until my silent tears turn into loud racking sobs. Eventually, the crying stops and I will myself to sleep, but it's clear the universe is sorely against me because sleep evades me. A lot of things contribute to my inability to fall asleep: the raging storm threatening to tear the boat apart, the raw humiliation from being rejected by Christopher Young, and my mind continually replaying the ecstatic sensation that enveloped me each time his fingers so much as grazed my skin. You would think after being rejected by the man I am insanely attracted to, my heart would get the memo and stop beating so fast. Even my brain struggles between what is rational and what isn't. We had been so close to taking things further and I had sensed his control slipping by the second. He had wanted me, that much I knew. I could tell from his ragged breathing, the way his hold tightened on my waist, and the way he kissed me so fervently with need, rendering me totally senseless in the heat of the moment. In my 24 years of existence, I have never felt anything like it before. Not even with the man I once fancied myself in love with. Everything about Chris is overwhelming. Like this storm that completely sweeps everything in its path away, he sweeps me off my feet just by looking at me. The frustration of being left high and dry eats at me until I'm tossing and turning in the bed for the rest of the night. For a brief moment, I contemplate going to find him to demand an explanation for why he stopped, but my pride gets in the way. Instead, I stare into space wondering what the reason could be. Just like me, he had been ready to give in to his desires and let the whirlwind of passion take over. But he stopped at the very last minute and I saw something in his eyes. I had been too embarrassed and angry to decipher what those emotions were, but I caught one of regret right before I ran from him. Thomas Knight's words replay in my head again, triggering my insecurities. He never really keeps the likes of you around for long. Perhaps Thomas was right. I have no business desiring a man like Chris anyway, not when he could have whatever woman he wants. There's also the fact that he is over 20 years older than me, and he happens to be my best friend's father. I sigh heavily, pulling the blanket over my head. What am I thinking dwelling on this anyway? All indications point to the fact that even if we had decided to take things further, a relationship between us wouldn't work out in the long run. So, maybe I should be grateful that one of us had the strength to pull back and stop before it became too late. The boat rocks a little from the sea waves crashing against it, and I'm glad that Chris' boat is really $1 million yacht strong enough to withstand a storm like this. The waves hit again, this time harder, and I grip the blankets tighter. If I wasn't so determined to sustain my pride right now, I would be running in search of Chris just so I'm not alone and terribly scared for my life. Instead, I suck it up, pull the blanket over my head, and shut my eyes tightly, willing myself to go to sleep and forget everything that has happened in the last 20 minutes. A few seconds pass, then I hear a soft creak that indicates that the door to my room is being opened. Rather than listen to my instincts pushing for me to sit up and look at him, my cowardice wins and I become stiff while still keeping the blanket over my head. Even when I hear his footsteps approaching the bed, I refuse to make a sound or show him that I'm still awake. After a long minute of silence, Chris sighs loud enough for me to hear. For a moment, it feels like he's going to say something, and stupidly, I wait eagerly for him to speak, say anything, anything at all that will fix this mess we are in. I want to yell at him, but I don't. I remain quiet. Time passes and Chris lets out another sigh that sounds just as helpless as the last. Then, he turns on his heel and walks back out the door. As soon as the door closes behind him, I pull the blanket off my head and sit up. Then, I stare at the shut door for longer than I can count. Feeling dejected, I lie back down on the bed and throw the blanket right back over my head. By some form of miracle, I finally fall asleep. When I wake up the following morning, a lot of things have changed. For one, I can no longer hear a storm and the atmosphere seems calmer. Although what happened between Chris and I still resurfaces in my mind, there's a difference now. It seems that my heart and mind have finally aligned and I have managed to come to terms with the fact that things are better this way. Quickly, I head into the bathroom to freshen up. Just like everything else on this boat, the bathroom is sleek. It's painted white with dark brown wooden cabinets. There are several mirrors attached to the wall, giving the illusion of the ensuite looking bigger than it actually is. In the center of the room is the coolest shower I've come across, entirely enclosed by glass and with a door that pivots open to give access. If anyone were to walk in while I'm having my bath, I would be completely exposed to them. But I don't have to worry about that since it's just Chris and me. Besides, I have a feeling I won't mind it at all if Chris happens to walk in on me. But after what happened last night, I definitely won't have the reaction I would normally have to being naked before the man I'm attracted to. After bathing, I change into a t-shirt and jeans with durable boots and a thick jacket. I tie my hair up in a loose bun. Then, I do what I had been so reluctant to do while the storm raged on last night. I go in search of Chris. The boat is so large that, on occasion, I find myself getting lost in rooms I have yet to explore. Eventually, when I don't find him in any of the rooms, I find my way back to the sailor's compartment. Chris isn't there either, but it doesn't take long for me to find him by the corner on the deck, crouching low with his back to me. But that is not what has me speechless and practically drooling at the sight of him. No, it is the fact that Chris is completely shirtless. I stand behind him and watch his muscles ripple with every move that he makes. The reflection of the bright sun glides effortlessly over his beautiful, bronze skin. His dark, wavy hair is being gently ruffled by the wind, making me want to run my fingers through it. Shaking my head, I force myself to think about something else, like why he's crouching here shirtless in the first place. I take a few steps toward him, bringing me closer before peering over his shoulder. Out of curiosity, I ask, "What are you doing?" Chris freezes for a moment before turning slightly in my direction. "You are awake," he says, stating the obvious as he squints at me. "I made you breakfast. It's in the kitchen, you can eat while I finish up here." Then, he turns back to continue what he's doing. With a roll of my eyes, I walk around him and crouch before him until I'm at his eye level. That is when I see the large white sail on the floor between us. On his side is a large red toolkit and in his hand is a needle with thread inserted in it. He doesn't acknowledge my presence this time as he focuses on sewing up the ripped seam on the sail caused by the storm last night. "Is that going to work?" I ask, nodding at his handwork. "Yes." "Cool. When do you think we'll be able to continue our journey?" "Soon." "Did you suddenly lose all your vocabulary, or are you intentionally replying to me with one-worded answers?" He pauses with the sewing and finally raises his head to look at me. "I answered your questions, didn't I?" I nod. I guess your go-to response when you're trying to avoid something or run from something is to go back to being the cold and detached man you are well known for. I retort and Chris' stare turns into a scowl. "Look, if this is about last night." "Last night was a mistake," he interjects, his tone hard enough to signify an end to our conversation, if you can even call it that. I scoff, blinking rapidly while he finishes up with sewing the sail and ties up the thread. Still crouching, I watch him pick up the sail, hating that I notice the flex in his arm muscles. He then walks away from me. Refusing to be cast aside like one of his girls that Thomas Knight made mention of, I follow right after him. "I get it, you don't feel the same way I feel about you and that's okay, but you certainly don't have to be mean about it." Chris climbs the stairs, sail in hand, and goes about hanging it back on its mast. "I'm not being mean about anything. You're the one overthinking things," he grunts as he succeeds in tying it up and finishing up the knot. I cross my arms over my chest. "Are you always this infuriating?" He shrugs, coming down the steps and stopping directly in front of me. "Maybe." A sigh escapes my mouth. What I'm trying to say is that we can forget about what happened last night. We are both adults and I understand that we both want different things. I'm just saying that for the sake of peace and the work we are about to start together, we should try to maintain our budding friendship. You don't have to go back to ignoring me because you think I'll be emotional about it and try to cling to you. When he keeps on staring at me without saying anything, I sigh again. Deal? I stretch a hand out to him. It takes a moment, but he takes that hand. I almost curse at the tingling sensation I feel running through my body the moment his hand touches mine. Maybe when we are in the lab and no longer alone together, I'll finally be able to move on from this intoxicating feeling. Christopher. She thinks I don't have feelings for her? She couldn't be more wrong. Thoughts of her refuse to leave my mind all through the night and even this morning, no matter how hard I try. I had even slept right in front of her door, if that could be called sleeping, because of how worried I was about her. If the storm had been worse and she had gotten hurt in any way, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself. Guilt racks my entire being whenever I glance at her. I was the one who had convinced her to come on the expedition with me a few days early. If only I had insisted we return to our hotel rather than embark on the journey ourselves, we wouldn't have been caught in a storm that made her so terrified. Her terror had been so great that all that mattered in that moment was comforting her. But due to my inability to resist temptation when it comes to Charlotte, I ended up kissing and touching her. I had expected anger from her this morning for pulling away from her or even the silent treatment. What I hadn't expected was for her to come up to me and speak like nothing happened. I should have known Charlotte wouldn't react like other women I've dealt with in the past. However, her air of indifference irks me more than I'm willing to admit. There's nothing I can do about it though. I've already thought it through and come to the conclusion that Charlotte and I cannot work out. I've been too scarred by my experiences with women to jump into a relationship with another one. The only thing I know how to do now is casual flings and one-night stands, and Charlotte deserves so much more. There's also the fact that she is my daughter's best friend. Ava is all I have left and she's the most important thing in my life. The last thing I want to do is ruin my relationship with my daughter by sleeping with her best friend and inevitably causing a rift between them. Ava would hate me, and just the thought of that is too much for me to bear. The speakers make a shuffling sound before Charlotte's voice fills my compartment. Oh my God, Chris, I think I just saw something move in the ocean. It could be a whale, she speaks through the portable walkie-talkie I handed her minutes ago. I watch her through the glass, standing by the railings on the deck with a pair of binoculars glued to her eyes. There's clear excitement in her voice and her obvious love for the ocean reflects through her words. But I can't help being worried about her. Don't stay too close to the railings, Charlotte. She pulls down the binoculars and turns her head in my direction, then she sticks her tongue out at me childishly. I shake my head, smiling at her shenanigans. Real mature, I say through the speaker, my eyes now focused on the body of water around us. 3 seconds later, the water ripples and something dark blue rises out of the water and plops back in with a perfect arc. Oh my God, it's a dolphin, Charlotte exclaims, the binoculars back on her eyes. Get over here, Chris, she orders through her walkie-talkie. With a full-blown grin, I enable the autopilot function and leave the compartment to stand beside her by the railings. About 2 minutes later, a pod of dolphins jumps out of the water, giving us quite the show. Charlotte jumps slightly on her feet, practically close to bursting from excitement. They are so beautiful, she says. But my eyes are glued to her now, rather than the dolphins. The wind must have blown through her hair because the loose bun from earlier is gone and her beautiful blonde hair falls down her back. Yes, so beautiful, I whisper. She really is beautiful. Here, you should get a closer look. She shoves the binoculars into my hands, jolting me out of my thoughts. I take the binoculars, peering into them to get the full ocean experience. It truly is beautiful, but something about sharing this moment with Charlotte makes it even more perfect. Did you know that bottlenose dolphins swallow fish head first? I turn to her and return the binoculars. Yes, and I know they do that so the fish's spines won't get caught in their throat. Charlotte eyes me curiously for a second. Is there anything you don't know? She finally says with a pout that somehow manages to make her look even more beautiful. I grin at her obvious disappointment. Lots of things, I reply, and she rolls her eyes. Fine, tell me another fun fact about dolphins. She perks up again. Did you know that dolphins like to blow bubbles? They do it when hunting to herd their prey to the surface. They also use another hunting technique called fishwhacking, where they use their tail to hit fish, thereby stunning them and making them easier to catch. Is that so? Yeah, I bet you didn't know that, she smirks, obviously very pleased with herself. The twinkle in her eyes at beating me in her game makes me chuckle. And I realize how refreshing it is that something as mundane as this can make her so happy. Tell me, Miss Wilson, what else don't I know? Charlotte then proceeds to launch into an array of fun facts not limited to dolphins alone. As a man who likes to spend his time talking about business and science, it suddenly doesn't matter to me that our conversation isn't about any of that. Just the fact that the conversation I'm having is with Charlotte keeps me entertained. Aside from the storm, I'm quite glad that it's just the two of us here now. If there were other people around, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't get to see this side of her, because there would be too much going on. If it wasn't for the way my fingers itch to caress her lovely skin, I can almost convince myself that it is possible for me to keep things with Charlotte platonic. Later that night, we lay side by side on the deck watching the night sky twinkle with the illuminating stars scattered across it. The gentle breeze is nothing like the raging storm with rigorous wind that blew last night, but it still makes an impact as it brushes against my skin. Once in a while, I steal glances at Charlotte, watching her smile up at the sky and attempt to tame the unruly curls on her head dancing to the tune of the breeze. We've tired each other out with questions, games, and randomly chasing each other around the boat. I never want this to stop. If I close my eyes, I can almost imagine every other day being like this, just me and her. We would laze around, eat, talk, make love, watch the stars every night and fall asleep in each other's arms. It is the life that I yearn for, but one I'm not sure I will ever get. I curse at the universe in my head. Why hadn't I met Charlotte Wilson before all of the other women that made it clear that they had ulterior motives? If only she had been born then. I have no idea what makes me say my next words, but perhaps there's something in the air urging me. Maybe it's because after everything we've done and shared today, it feels wrong to let her go to bed thinking I rejected her because I feel nothing for her. I haven't had the best experience with women. I exhale and pause, but it seems like Charlotte knows how hard this is for me, because she doesn't talk. Instead, she swivels her head to the side, watching me patiently. My ex-wife, Ava's mother, was everything I always wanted in a woman. Smart, funny, loving, sophisticated, someone that I could build a family with. It was even better because she was from a wealthy home as well, so we understood each other. When we had Ava, things couldn't be more perfect. But it turns out it was never enough. I exhale forcefully as I relay the memories I've buried deeply for a long time. Beautiful green eyes stare back at me, but there's no pity in them, just patience and support. When her hand slips into mine, I almost gasp from the feeling it elicits. I find courage in her silent encouragement and I continue. It turned out my perfect wife was in love with someone else and she was ready to ruin me completely just so she could be with him. We had signed a prenup before getting married, so she knew divorcing me without a concrete reason wouldn't favor her. So, she infiltrated my business instead and painted me as a fraud. At first, I was too heartbroken to really fight back, but that changed the moment she decided to get full custody of our daughter. I chuckled bitterly. She had already taken everything from me, but I refused to let her take Ava, too. Charlotte's hand squeezes mine, but her expression betrays nothing as she continues to listen to every single word I'm saying. Eventually, I got involved with someone else. She was actually the lawyer in charge of my case, and at the time, it seemed like the universe was compensating me for the shitty life card I had been dealt. Her name was Yolanda, and she had fought for me with everything in her until we won the case. I thought, finally, someone that understands. But she had been just the same. She wanted no part in raising Ava. In fact, she pushed for me to grant my ex-wife full custody. All she wanted was me and my money, and I found that out the hard way. There were 2 other women after her, and I had similar experiences with them. I turn on my side fully, pulling myself up with my elbow as support so that I am staring down at her. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I have not had the best experiences when it comes to women and relationships. Everyone around me always seems to want something, men and women alike, so I've made it a point over the years to never get attached. I let them go before they can think of doing the same to me. Slowly, I reach my hand out to brush aside the lock of hair that has just blown across her face. So, it's not that I feel nothing for you, Charlotte. It's that you deserve better than what I'm willing to offer. Her lips part slightly, and she inhales softly. I expect her response to be something along the lines of, "I'm so sorry this happened to you," or "You just haven't met the right person." But, like always, Charlotte surprises me. I won't try to convince you that I'm different from those who tried to take advantage of you. I'm going to let you see that for yourself instead. She smiles sweetly at me. I don't know if it's the atmosphere, our hands tightly holding on, my hand on her cheek, or the radiating smile she's flashing at me, but my heart pounds faster and faster until it feels like it's about to burst. An emotion, something dangerous but amazing, far more powerful than mere attraction, threatens to squeeze my heart, but I push it back. I don't tell her that I'm already seeing just how different she is. Charlotte. After 3 days, our journey finally comes to an end and we arrive right in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. However, my excitement at finally being in the middle of the world's largest ocean isn't as great as I thought it would be, and I know exactly why. I know that it has everything to do with Christopher Young and how being alone with him for these past few days has been such an amazing experience. Aside from the kiss we shared and the awkwardness that resulted from it, being alone together has been quite the magical ride. Last night especially, with the stars and Chris opening up to me, is something I will always remember and won't ever take for granted. I gained perspective on why he pushed me away and refused to take things further between us, and I perfectly understand. It's obvious that Chris has many demons to conquer, and this is something he has to do himself. It makes me sad that this means we have no real chance together, and I want to rage at the women who broke both his heart and his trust. How dare they attempt to break a man with a beautiful soul like him? How dare they turn him into someone who always has to be on edge, wondering if everyone around him has ulterior motives? How dare they come into his life and turn it upside down? How dare they? I yell in my head. As much as I wanted to comfort him and tell him that I am nothing like them, I held myself back, because I could see that that wasn't what he needed at the moment. At the end of the day, it's left to Chris to make that decision for himself. So, I let my attraction to him and feelings take a back seat and I settle with being his friend. Because he is right, I do deserve more than he can offer me right now. I look to my right and see him staring right back at me with a full-blown grin that mirrors mine. We are both dressed in our diving gear with our backpacks strapped carefully and tightly to us. We stand at the very edge of the boat deck. The boat has been shut down and anchored to the sea ground. Everything is ready and in place for us to take that next move. Chris' smile grows wider. Are you ready? He nods at me. Hell yes, I am. I nod back, giggling at the adrenaline rush that is pumping through my veins. At the very same time, we pull our oxygen masks in place and grab each other's hands. Chris counts to 3, and on the third count we dive headfirst into the ocean. I have never felt more alive than at that moment. We let go of each other's hands as soon as we are underwater, but we never stray from one another. Swimming alongside each other, I can't help but marvel at everything around me. The coral reefs, the sand beneath the ocean, the organisms that are too tiny to see unless you look close enough, the aquatic life, and even something as ordinary as the seaweed. Everything excites me, and I point out things I find interesting to Chris while my other hand holds onto the backpack strapped around me. I watch as Chris pulls out a compass to find the underwater lab, and when he figures out the direction, he points forward and I follow. Soon enough, a massive, cylindrical-shaped metal habitat comes into view, and as we get closer, I am able to read the blue writing on it, Young Technologies. Chris and I swim faster, and almost immediately, it becomes a competition to see who gets there first. I win the race, but I'm pretty sure he lets me win. I pump my arm in the water as soon as I'm at the entrance to celebrate my victory, and I can see the amusement in Chris' dark eyes when he shakes his head. He reaches my side and places his hand on the hatch, turning it until it creaks open. Then, he turns to me and waves me in with a smirk. I swim in and he follows, turning the hatch back in place to lock us in. Chris yanks off his oxygen mask. Home sweet home, he says. Well, at least for the next 3 months. I look around me, studying the place we are in. I love it. I grin at him. The lab is made up of 3 compartments. The one we are in grants access back into the ocean via the wet porch, which is that chamber over there equipped with a moon pool. Through hydrostatic equilibrium, the moon pool keeps the air pressure inside the wet porch the same as the water pressure at this depth, about 2.6 atmospheres. He points at the chamber on the far left. Then he continues to walk towards another door. This is the smallest compartment, the entry lock, and it functions as an airlock where the team will wait while the pressure is being adjusted to match either the wet porch or the main compartment, he says when we step inside. Then, he heads to the closed box attached to the wall on his left and presses some buttons before turning back to me. Done, he winks. How do you know all these things? I ask, watching him with awe. Chris shrugs. I made it a point to pay close attention to what I was spending my money on. The details, structure, emergency escape plans, it's the logical thing to do. I nod in appraisal at the way he says it so casually, like it isn't a big deal. Well, I can assure you that a lot of rich people build technologies like this every day, but they never bother to go out of their way to learn about them. In fact, it says a lot that you are on this expedition with us. You could just as well have sent the team here and received feedback in your cozy office back in New York. Chuckling beneath his breath, Chris comes to stand before me, lowering his head so that I can feel his breath on me. You forget that I am a scientist too, Charlotte. He steps back with a smile and proceeds to open the door to the last compartment. It takes me a moment to recover from my erratically pounding heart and sweaty palms from how close he was to me seconds ago. He holds the door open for me, closing it the second I step inside. Thank you, I mutter, still reeling from the effect he has on me. I almost sigh at how weak I am. Hadn't I made up my mind that being here with him will be different than on the ship and I would finally move on? I looked forward to the team arriving, so we wouldn't be alone together anymore and I'd be distracted with work. However, the team won't get here until tomorrow, which means I have one more day to control my urges. At this rate, it's highly possible that I will combust from how hot and wanton Chris is making me with that smile of his. As soon as I'm out of my head, I am able to take in the third compartment and it truly is mind-blowing. The room is more than 3 times the size of my apartment's living room back in New York, and there's another door at the very end that no doubt leads to the bunker room. There are adjoined counters on both sides with the most expensive equipment I've ever laid eyes on. Above, in the ceiling are bright fluorescent lights illuminating the entire room. This place, it's every scientist's dream. Chris starts talking as I inspect every single thing in here, my fingers trailing over it all. This compartment can maintain normal atmospheric pressure, just like a submarine. It can also be pressurized to ambient pressure and it is usually held at a pressure in between. It's strong enough to handle both, so you don't have to worry about something going wrong, he says as I walk past him to admire the large aquatic tank further down the counter. I turn my head to look at him. I'm not worried, I tell him. You are here, I say with a smile, and in truth, I have never felt safer. Sudden realization hits me that most of the time I've spent with Chris hasn't been in ideal situations. There was the storm, diving into water, and now being in a highly equipped metal bubble under the ocean. Despite all of this, I have felt a keen sense of safety each time, because he was right there with me. It is almost funny that it has taken me this long to realize that I trust Christopher Young with my life. That feeling of freedom, the one I have always chased at every turn regardless of what I have to give up to earn it, I feel it whenever he is around me. The icing on the cake is that, with Chris, I don't have to give anything up, I just need to be myself. I see how his face goes from excited to humbled after what I've told him. He's at a loss for what to say, and I hide my smile. Feeling overjoyed at finally achieving this particular dream of mine that I've had since I started my career in aquatic microbiology, I decide to celebrate. I dig through my backpack and pull out my phone. Chris raises a curious brow before commenting. You know that won't work here, right? We are going to be cut off from the outside world for a while, he explained slowly. The small smile in the corner of his mouth indicates that he's actively teasing me, and I almost chuck my phone at him. I know that, I glare at him and he laughs. I don't think I can ever get over his laughter. It just turns him into a different person, relaxed, playful, and humane while still maintaining that commanding aura of his. I want us to celebrate. I'm afraid we don't have access to wine here either. Honestly, Charlotte, did you go through the itinerary for this trip at all? Shut up, Chris, I shove his arm, giggling as his laughter grows louder. I scroll through my phone for a while, then I push play on my favorite playlist and music spills all around us. Dance with me, I yell through the loud music, moving my body freely to the beat. There's an unsure look on Chris' face as he stares at me, wiggling my arms and body in front of me. I think I'll pass. I drop my arms to my side and pout. Oh, come on. It'll be fun, I promise. I reach for him, attempting to pull him towards me and guide him to dancing, but he quickly moves out of arm's reach. I'm not the best dancer. Neither am I. You just need to move your body, it doesn't have to make sense. I'm not sure about the song either, it's not exactly my style. I roll my eyes. Okay, Grandpa, I tease. Chris scoffs, placing a hand on his hip. Did you just call me Grandpa? I smirk, holding his menacing gaze. Yes, I did. What are you going to do about it? Grandpa? Before I can blink, Chris is right in front of me. He grabs my hand and spins me around, pulling me against him with his other hand on my waist. Then, he proceeds to lift me off my feet and dip me. Breathless, with my head spinning in the most amazing way, I barely manage to get my next words out. I don't think this is how you dance to a song like this, Chris, I tell him even though I don't want him to ever stop. Chris lowers his head and whispers in my ear. We just need to move our bodies, isn't that right? He replies before spinning me around once again. I don't think I've ever giggled so much or had so much fun dancing with anyone as I am dancing with him. This is going to be the longest and hardest 3 months of my life. Christopher. The rest of our team arrived a day after Charlotte and I did, and after a series of apologies on their part, we get to work. There's a new challenge every day that we have to tackle, and so much is going on that my time alone with Charlotte feels like it was years ago when it's only been 4 weeks. A lot has happened, giving us headway in our research, but I've been so distracted with being in charge of everything that we haven't had the chance to spend time together like we did before. As one of the few PhD students involved in the research fellowship being hosted by my lab, Charlotte has been extremely busy, too. On occasion, she and the others will dive out of the lab and into the ocean to search for samples. Those are always the longest 30 minutes of my life, and I'm always counting the seconds until she returns. However, the minute I approach her to talk or even ask how she's faring, something always comes up. It has gone on for so long that I have stopped trying as much as I used to in the earlier weeks. Now, we just say a quick hello to each other whenever we happen to walk past each other or when I address her and the other students. It's not like I didn't know things would change as soon as the others arrived. I even prepared myself mentally, but it still doesn't stop me from missing our time together. I miss our random conversations, us lying side by side watching the stars, us teasing each other, us dancing offbeat to the music in each other's arms. I even miss the way her lips felt pressed against mine, the increase in her breathing when I caressed her face and her eager moans when I deepened the kiss, pressing her body against mine. I miss her beyond what words can comprehend. It's no wonder that when one of the lead researchers taps me, pulling me out of my thoughts, I find that I've been staring right at Charlotte. She has her head thrown back, laughing so carefree where she is seated on the makeshift dining table among her colleagues having dinner. I blink and return my attention to Ellen, who watches me with concern. I'm sorry, can you repeat what you just said? She peers into my eyes. Are you okay, Chris? You seem a bit off, or is this place finally getting to you? She grins and tucks a stray lock of her red hair behind her ear. I almost roll my eyes at her attempt at flirting. She has been at it since her first day here, but I have managed to ignore every move she makes. Ever since Charlotte, the thought of being with another woman hasn't crossed my mind, and even if it does, it isn't as enticing nor does it interest me in any way or form. And if Ellen wasn't one of the best researchers in the field of aquatic microbiology, she'd be on her way back home first thing in the morning. If it is, she continues and boldly places a hand on my arm. I'm sure I can find a way to make you feel better, she winks, then giggles. I raise a brow, marveled by how forward she is being right now. This has never happened before. I'm about to chastise her when I feel someone's gaze on me. I turn my head and see Charlotte staring right at me. My lips raise in a small smile, but her eyes fall on the hand on my arm and her stare turns into a scowl. She turns around and returns to chatting with the others. Shit. Annoyed, I grab Ellen's hand and toss it away. We are here to do a job, Miss Stone. I'll suggest you remember that and quit being embarrassing. I don't have to hear the loud gasp that Ellen releases to know that my words are harsh, but I really couldn't care less. All I care about is the look on Charlotte's face and her interpretation of what she saw. We may be nothing more than friends, but for some reason, I don't want her thinking that there is something going on between Ellen and I. Ellen swallows audibly before me. I apologize, sir, for my disorderliness. I didn't mean, she stammers, struggling to form coherent words. I run my hand through my hair, sighing out of frustration. It's fine. I wave her off, then nod towards the logbook in her hand. Continue with the briefing, please. I listen to her drone on and on about supplies, maintenance, the equipment, and so many other things while my mind strays to Charlotte, on occasion. Eventually, Ellen stops talking and proceeds to apologize again, but I'm too busy looking for the woman I can't stop thinking about instead. She is no longer seated with the others, and she isn't anywhere around the science area either. I cut Ellen off in the middle of her apology and walk away, in search of Charlotte. I hate it when she isn't anywhere in my sight for even a second. How am I going to make sure she is safe if she's nowhere to be found? There are too many people around for me to see clearly and find her, so I approach one of the PhD students and ask for Charlotte's whereabouts. I think she went into the bunker room, one of them, Leela or Lisa, says, and I say a quick thank you before heading to the bunker room. I push open the door and instantly see red. The bunker room is divided into sections, one for each person. The section for the PhD students is at the very back. When I make my way in there, Charlotte is seated on her bunk, but there's someone else on the bed with her. Cropped brown hair and hazel eyes, a little bit on the bulky side and almost as tall as me, I immediately recognize him as Lance Quentin, one of the PhD students. He whispers something to her, causing her to giggle, and jealousy rears its ugly head within me. He nudges her with his shoulder and I feel my hands turning into fists. When his hand slips into hers and her eyes take on a hint of discomfort, I can no longer stand there and take it. I clear my throat, announcing my presence, and the two jump apart in shock. Through gritted teeth, I say, I would like to speak to Miss Wilson alone. Of course, Sir, Lance responds and rises to his feet. See you later, Charlie. He smiles at her and she smiles back. Excuse me. He nods politely as he walks past me, but all I want to do is knock out all of his teeth with my fist. When he's gone and it's just me and Charlotte, I exhale and dip my hands into my pockets. Mr. Quentin, huh? You must have a lot of free time to be in here flirting with him. I walk towards her. Charlotte shrugs casually. There isn't much to do in here anyway, and I can spend my break however I want, thank you very much. Besides, you are one to talk. What is that supposed to mean? I glare at her. She glares right back. Talking to me about flirting when you and Ellen can barely keep your hands off each other. Her hand was on me, not the other way around, Charlotte. I suck in a deep breath, closing then opening my eyes. Are you jealous? Is that what this is all about? I point at the space beside her where Lance sat a few seconds ago. Jealous? Charlotte exclaims with a scoff. If there's anyone acting jealous right now, it's no one other than you. I clench my jaw, staring down at her. Do you like him then? That is none of your business, she mumbles. Like hell it isn't. Charlotte jumps to her feet, her arms crossed over her chest as she stares up at me. Why do you care then? What is the point of any of this? It's not like you and I are together or anything, she blushes. What I do or don't do with Lance is none of your business. You made that very clear on the boat. You know why. Sighing, Charlotte's voice reduces a level. Yes, I do know why and I understand. Truly, I do. But I'm trying so hard, Chris, I'm trying not to dwell on my feelings for you. I'm trying to think about anything else but you, and it hasn't been easy. Seeing Ellen touch you, she swallows. Seeing her touch you was too much for me to bear, and it made me realize that my feelings for you have gotten too strong. That, maybe, I need to start entertaining the idea of being with someone else. Maybe that would make things easier. She shakes her head and drops her hands. You and I have barely said one word to the other in 4 weeks, and the first time we have a conversation, it's a bloody argument. Unable to resist, I pull my hand out of my pocket and cup her cheek gently. It hasn't been easy for me either, Charlotte, I whisper to her and watch her eyes flutter shut. I miss you, I miss us. I miss the way things were when no one else was around and it was just us. And I realize how selfish this must sound, but I can't bear the thought of you being with another man. Her eyes flicker open, those beautiful green eyes staring deep into my soul. I guess I'm being selfish, too. She lets out a sharp laugh. Her hand comes up to cover mine, holding it in place against her cheek. What are we doing, Chris? I don't know. I'm too damaged to love her the way she deserves to be loved, but that doesn't stop me from being overwhelmed by her presence. Everything about her feels like home to me, and I so badly want that to be my reality. But that crippling fear holds me back, and I've let it fester for so long that I don't know how to fight it. All I know is that I want her unlike I've ever wanted anything else. We don't say anything as we stare into each other's eyes. And like puppets being controlled by invisible strings, we are drawn to each other. My eyes fall to her lips and she rises on her tiptoes. I slide my other hand around her waist, pulling her completely against me, ready to feel her soft pliant lips on mine. I feel her breath on me and my heart beats faster the closer her lips come to mine. However, the kiss never comes. We hear voices on the other side of the door and footsteps approaching. I close my eyes and let my forehead meet hers. I take in her smell, the feel of her skin against mine, and just her. Then, I plant a kiss on her forehead and take several steps back to see her smiling back at me sadly. When the others spill in, I walk away and I don't look back. Charlotte. It's been 6 weeks on this research fellowship, and those 6 weeks have been exciting, informative, intriguing, and pure torture. The last one has everything to do with Christopher Young and my growing feelings for him. After our encounter in the bunker room 2 weeks ago, we had sort of come to a silent agreement that whatever it is between us has to stop. It has been painful, but necessary. Yet, knowing that he is just a few feet away from me and being unable to do anything about it makes me sad and angry. It doesn't help that all that my female colleagues seem to be able to talk about in our free time is how hot the boss is. There's also Ellen, who keeps sending flirty glances his way and giggling annoyingly at every word that comes out of his mouth. Luckily, she hasn't been bold enough to touch him again since that day. Prior to this, I never thought of myself as the jealous type. I was usually pretty rational about things like that, but when it comes to Chris, rationality always seems to be the last thing on my mind. If I could, I would have him all to myself. However, I don't let my jealousy stop me from listening attentively to Ellen addressing us. I stand with the other researchers and students, dressed in a top and jeans with a long, white lab coat over it. I jot a few important things down in my book as well. Eventually, Ellen claps her hands together and flashes us a big, pretty smile. Now, I know that our PhD candidate will be returning to New York for a 1-week break for school-related purposes in 2 days' time. All I'm going to say is that you shouldn't get too relaxed or you're going to return and it's going to be hard to get used to this place all over again. Murmurs rise among us at her words until she claps her hands together again and silence ensues. Also, don't forget to bring me a Big Mac and double-shot espresso on your way back, she jokes and laughter erupts. Even I snicker a little. If she wasn't so blatantly interested in Chris, I could actually like her. After a few more words, we are dismissed and my colleagues and I head to the dining table for lunch. 2 spoons into my warm soup and I can't stop myself from doing a quick search for Chris. I haven't seen him since this morning, but that should be due to the new supplies arriving. He's always busy at times like this. I'm about to take my 3rd spoonful when I get a whiff of a pretty familiar scent coming from beside me. I look up to see Lance taking a seat beside me while the person that was next to me scoots further to the side. "Hey, Lance," I greet slowly, raising a brow at his action. Contrary to what I told Chris about possibly moving on with Lance, that hadn't been my plan when we first met. It had just been nice to meet the only other PhD student in aquatic microbiology from my university. Although I made other friends, being friends with Lance came effortlessly. What I didn't account for was the clear desire in his eyes whenever he is with me. And believe me when I say I have tried to reciprocate that desire, but all I'm left with is an empty feeling because he isn't Chris. "Hey, Charlie," he replies with a grin. Then, all of a sudden, his poise is gone and he becomes nervous. He wrings his hands together. "So, I was wondering," he starts just as the alarm starts blaring to announce the arrival of the supply team. "Since we will be returning to New York in 2 days' time, would you like to go out on a date with me?" Hello everyone, who missed me? That voice. I don't give Lance a reply before turning my head in the direction of the very familiar voice, and who I see has my mouth dropping open with shock. "No way," I gasp. Dark eyes, so similar to her father's, find mine. "Hey, best friend." Ava winks. I forget all protocols and the fact that I am in a professional setting. With a loud squeal that is powerful enough to deafen everyone around here, I run towards Ava and engulf her in a tight hug, not minding the fact that she's wet from diving into the ocean to get here. Pulling back briefly, I stare into her excitement-filled eyes. "Are you crazy? What are you doing here?" Ava shrugs like her presence here is not a big deal. "I missed you and I came to say hi." "I missed you too, but you're in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, Ava, and underwater too." I gape at her, wondering how she is so flippant about this whole thing right now. She opens her mouth to speak, but her eyes stray behind me and her smile grows larger. Surprise, she waves her hands in the air while I turn to see Chris standing right behind me. He takes a step forward to stand beside me, his hands deep in his pockets, and a pretty intimidating expression on his face. "Ava Caroline Young, what on earth are you doing here?" Ava winces. Even I wince. I've never heard Chris speak to anyone like this, and I'm guessing from the sheepish look on Ava's face, it's the daddy tone he uses on her whenever she gets herself into trouble or does something he doesn't approve of. Is it weird that I find that tone totally sexy? I shake off that thought as soon as it drops in my head. We've been through this, Chris and I are done. I came to say hi, Dad. Is that so wrong? You crossed the Pacific, coming all the way over here without informing me. You could have been in danger and I wouldn't know. Do you think this is a joke, Ava? You think you can just do whatever it is you want when you want? Chris, I whisper softly when I notice that we are starting to draw attention. But he just keeps on talking. This isn't some playground that you can impulsively take a drive to. This is real, dangerous stuff, Ava. Chris, I say loudly this time and tug at his arm. Not now, Charlotte, Chris responds without looking at me. People are staring, okay? I snap at him. I get that you want to reprimand your daughter, who is a full-grown adult by the way, but we should do this somewhere more private. Only then does he budge. Follow me, Chris orders and turns on his heels. You heard him, I say to Ava, who shakes her head sideways. Oh no, you are coming with me. She grabs my hand and pulls me along with her as we both follow after Chris. I don't get why he's mad anyway. It's not that big of a deal. You two came here and so did all these other people, she whispers. It's different, Ava. We all had to prepare thoroughly for this journey. We did research, participated in emergency drills, and did simulations until we were ready. I whisper back. He's worried about you, Ava, and he's right to be. Ugh, she groans. Fine. I hate it when you're being logical, she glares at me and I wink at her. Chris holds the door to his own section of the bunker room open for us, and we step inside with Ava holding on to me for dear life. You two, sit. He points at the bed and we both sit. I'm fine, Dad, Ava starts, but she's interrupted by her father. This isn't about you being fine, Ava. It's about how reckless you were. Do you have any idea what it felt like seeing you come in with the supply team? It's not like I could call you and inform you of my plans, Ava mumbles, but we hear her anyway. Which is exactly why you should have either told me you were planning to come here or you should have waited till I got back. I wanted to see Charlie before she got back home, plus I was bored all alone in New York. Chris' reply is a formidable glare that has the power to shrivel a person up. Meanwhile, I just sit still, my eyes swinging between the two of them as they go back and forth in their argument. At some point, when Ava retorts that she is an adult and she doesn't need permission from her father for every single thing she does, Chris actually growls. This is my project, you damn well need my permission. Ava looks like she wants to say more, but she lets out a tired sigh instead. Standing to her feet, she takes a step towards Chris and throws her arms around him. I love you too, Dad. I watch Chris visibly relax and his arms go around her too before burying his head in her hair. The picture the two of them make is so beautiful that I smile until my cheeks hurt. When they pull apart, Ava returns to her seat beside me and Chris finally looks directly at me. It's the first time he has done that in 2 weeks. His stare is so powerful and full of longing that I almost can't stand it, but I don't avert my gaze either. Beside me, Ava clears her throat. By the way, I've been meaning to ask, is there something going on between the two of you? Chris looks away quickly while I sputter. What do you? I don't know what you're talking about. There's nothing going on between Chris. I mean, your dad and I. Ava's expression is hard to read, but even with that, I have no doubt that she wouldn't approve of my feelings for her father. The last thing I want to do is upset the only friend I have who has become my sister in so many ways. I don't know what I would do if I lost Ava. Besides, it's not like I lied. There really isn't anything going on between us, other than the fact that we shared a kiss about a month ago and my feelings for him are growing every day no matter how hard I'm trying not to let them. Ava looks between us. So, you two just stare at each other like you're both starving for one another, huh? Plus, you seem to be pretty comfortable with being on a first-name basis. Panicking, I stare at Chris who stares back, but doesn't say a word. So, I try to deflect with the only thing I know will throw Ava off. I'm serious. There's nothing going on. I laugh nervously. In fact, I just agreed to go on a date with Lance when we're back in New York. I lie through my teeth. If looks could kill, the one Chris has directed at me would have me lighting up in flames right now. His nostrils flare and I swear I see smoke coming out from them. He turns to Ava. Like she said, there's nothing going on between us. Then, he turns around and walks away without sparing me another glance. I'm filled with guilt as I watch him walk away. I haven't even agreed to go on that date with Lance, and I already feel this bad. I feel Ava's hand on my shoulder, pushing at me excitedly. Who is this Lance, and how did you two start to talk? Tell me everything, she urges as she bounces happily on the bed. I stare at the closed door for a little while, before returning my attention to Ava and telling her everything she wants to hear. Christopher. Right from my first time experiencing science, it has always fascinated me. Reading about the world and the things living in it and about how those things interact with their environment, their impact on their environment, and their flaws have never ceased to amaze me. From the moment I decided I wanted to have an expedition like this one to building the aquatic base we are currently in, and finally coming here and witnessing it all, I have never known a moment of boredom. Yet, the moment Charlotte is gone, nothing feels right anymore. She and her colleagues, along with Ava, have only been gone for 2 days, and there's still 5 more days until they return. But here I am, going insane from not knowing how she is doing. At first, I thought it was normal for me to miss her in this manner. After all, we had spent close to 2 months within the same vicinity. However, it also occurred to me that I don't care about the others as much as I care about her. I don't miss their presence, neither do I crave it, like I do hers. I miss her so much that the slightest thing irritates me, and the others are beginning to notice my short temper too. They've been avoiding me more, even Ellen seems to have decided that flirting with me is not worth my anger. Not like I care anyway. The only person I want to spend my time with isn't here, so the others might as well stay away from me. Everything reminds me of her, and suddenly, my home for the next 1.5 months becomes suffocating. Saying I can't be with her is a totally different thing to actually staying away from her. Things are easier said than done. Later that night, I lie awake in bed going through the pros and cons of getting involved with Charlotte. There is the main obstacle, which is the fact that she is my daughter's best friend. There is also the fact that she is over 20 years younger than I am. I saw the way she reacted when Ava suspected something, and I knew that, like me, she isn't willing to try anything if my daughter does not approve. She had also mentioned going on a date with Lance, someone her age who probably doesn't have major trust issues like I do, someone that she can depend on. However, that doesn't make me any less enraged at the thought of her being with someone else. It's too much for me to bear to imagine her sharing her laughter with him, her quirks, her fun facts, her dances, her body. Cold sweat forms on my forehead and I sit up on the bed. My chest feels like it's about to explode from an emotion that I've felt before, long ago, but this time it is 10 times more powerful. Suddenly, my fear and doubts no longer matter. The trust issue is still there, but Charlotte's promise of making me see that she is nothing like the women that betrayed me rings in my head. She was right, she is nothing like them. And I did see the difference. I've seen it for a long time. But I'm only just realizing that now, because I've only just accepted what my heart has known for a long time. I am in love with Charlotte Wilson. I don't sleep that night. Instead, I put things into place while repeating the mantra that fills my heart with joy over and over in my head. I am in love with Charlotte Wilson. It is the same mantra in my head when morning comes, and I make the decision to go after the woman I love and hope she takes me. I think of her while on the boat, I think of her when I arrive in Hawaii, I think of her on the plane to New York, and I think of her even when I'm faced with my past. My past takes the form of my ex-wife, Zoe, standing right in front of the home we once shared. Christopher. I expect to feel anger, rage, sorrow, or even nostalgia when I see her, but I feel nothing. That is the power of love, I realize. Zoe, I whisper the name of the mother of my child. What are you doing here? Dark-haired and blue-eyed, I used to think Zoe Crawford was the most beautiful woman I'd ever set my eyes on. But it turns out I was wrong. There's nothing beautiful about her, there's only bitterness, hatred, and greed in those eyes. She has aged now, just like me, but it looks like she is barely hanging on. And the makeup applied on her face to hide the aging lines is her only armor. Her lips, painted bright red, spread into a smile. Aren't you going to invite me in? I dig through my pocket with the hand that isn't holding my suitcase to search for my key. When I find it, I walk past her and get a whiff of her signature perfume that once filled our bedroom. Come on in, I invite as soon as I open the door. Zoe masks her shock at my invitation well and steps into my house. She pauses for a second, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath in. She opens them back and stares at me. I've missed this place. I drop my suitcase on the floor and head to the kitchen island to get a glass of water, being fully aware of her following right after me. That doesn't answer my question, Zoe. I pour water from a jug into a glass and gulp it down in one take. Then, I wipe the residue off my mouth before turning around to face her. Why are you here? She shrugs causally, her fingers playing with the strap of her purse. Like I said, I miss this place. She looks around, then back at me. But it's not the only thing I miss, Christopher. I miss us, what we had, I miss our life together. And I miss our daughter, Ava, too. At her words, amusement grows within me and I burst out in laughter. My laughter grows when her face takes on a scowl. Oh, Zoe, you always did excel in humor. Glaring at me, she says in a forceful tone. Don't be rude, Christopher. This isn't a joke. I take a menacing step towards her, no longer in the mood to play nice. Oh, it better be a joke, woman, or you will regret ever stepping your 2 feet back in here. Do you understand me? Christopher, please. Do you need money? Is that it? Did your lover truly abandon you for a younger female like the rumors said? I lash out and watch her bristle with zero sympathy for her. So, you think you can just waltz back in here after 20 years and act like nothing has changed? I knew you were a lowlife, but I never imagined you going this low. How dare you? She yells at me while her hands shake uncontrollably. No, how dare you? I set the glass on the counter before my angry fist shatters it. Zoe isn't worth it. How dare you mention her name? Are you not ashamed of yourself? Do you have no dignity? After what you did, it just wasn't enough and you still tried to take her away from me. And what, you miss the life we had? This is low, Zoe, even for you. I'm sorry, okay. That's why I came, to apologize for everything. I was wrong and I had no right to do what I did. I'm sorry. Her lips quiver and her eyes shimmer with tears, but I've seen Zoe's fake tears on several occasions, including when she lied blatantly against me in court, so this doesn't move me. I dip my hands into my pockets, watching her with nothing but cool indifference. You know, I used to think about a day like this. I always told myself that when this day finally came, I would show you a taste of your own medicine. But seeing you standing here like this has made me realize that I actually don't care. I release a sharp laugh. I don't care enough about you to hear your apology or offer you forgiveness. It's not that I don't think you deserve it, I just don't care to find out. So, get out. Her eyes grow wider and she becomes desperate. Zoe approaches me quickly and grabs my arm as she falls to her knees. Christopher, please. You don't understand. Tell me then, I reply coldly. Tell me what I don't understand? He took everything, Chris, everything, and he gave it all to her. I have nothing left, no money, no life, and my daughter hates me. I yank off her hand and watch her fall, catching herself with her hands. Crouching before her, I watch the tears fall from her eyes. You went to see Ava? You really are unbelievable, Zoe. She raises her head. I had to, I didn't know what else to do, and I knew coming to see you was out of the question. Yet you came anyway. I was hoping she wouldn't remember, or she would have at least missed me enough to forgive me. But our daughter only looked at me the same way you are doing right now, before sending me out of her apartment. She said her mother is dead, Chris. She looked me in the eyes and said that. Can you blame her? She was only 4 when you disrupted her life for your own greed. What did you expect? Zoe clasps her hands together. Please, Chris, if you could just talk to her. I'll do anything, I just want my daughter back. I close my eyes in irritation and open them again. Firstly, you lost the right to call her your daughter a long time ago. Secondly, that is the 3rd time you've called me Chris, don't do it again. I order. The only person I want calling me that is Charlotte, and Zoe is annoyingly taking my time from seeing her. And lastly, at a point in my life, I would have done anything for you, but you mean nothing to me anymore. If you want to fix things with my daughter, it has to be Ava's choice. I won't force or convince her to do what she doesn't want to do. Please, Christopher. Get out of my house, Zoe. I won't repeat myself again. I rise to my feet and leave her on the kitchen floor to drag my suitcase into my bedroom. I don't want to see you in here when I get back, or I'll have security accompany you out, I yell before closing the door behind me. Then, I pull out my phone from my pocket and dial the number I've been itching to call since I arrived. Charlotte, I breathe with relief as soon as the call connects. Dad? Ava? Why is Ava picking Charlotte's call? Why do you have Charlotte's phone? Is everything okay? Panic starts to swell in me at the thought of something going wrong with Charlotte. Charlotte went back to the lab. She didn't take her phone with her this time, because there's no point. How are you talking to me right now? I'm in New York. I tell her. What? Why? Rather than reply to her, I focus on what is important to me in this very moment. Why did she return to the lab? Doesn't she have 2 more days left? I don't know, she didn't say. All she said was that she had something very important to do back there. Why are you in New York? You still have a month and some days to go. When did Charlotte leave? Dad, Ava whines. I'll explain to you later, I promise. Just tell me when she left, it's urgent. Fine, she sighs. She left for the airport this morning. Shit. It's noon already, which means I missed her. Okay, thanks Ava. I'm about to end the call when I hesitate. Zoe was waiting for me at my door when I arrived. There's silence on the other end of the call, and then, I don't want to talk about it, Dad. I respect her decision. I understand. But, are you okay, Pumpkin? I will be. We will talk when you get back, Dad, I promise. Okay. I love you, Ava. I love you too, Dad. The call ends and I immediately start to set things in motion again so I don't miss the love of my life this time around. Charlotte. My left leg bounces in anticipation as I stare out through the window of the plane, sorely tempted to shout out, "Are we there yet?" I still can't believe I walked out on my date last night only for me to go home and pack my things to leave for Chris' undersea lab this morning. Oh well, if it weren't for Ava's persistence, I never would have agreed to go on that date with Lance, nor would I have showed up. It may sound harsh, but Lance deserves a woman that isn't irrevocably in love with another man. Yes, I am in love with Christopher Young. I realized that in the middle of my date with Lance when he was droning on and on about his aspirations in life, and all I could think about was Chris. I couldn't stop wondering what he was doing back at the lab, if he missed me as much as I missed him. I replayed all the memories we've shared since we met, and one in particular stood out to me. The memory of that night as we lay side by side watching the beauty of the night sky while he laid his heart bare to me. Back then, I had concluded that Chris had to fight his demons alone and come for me after. Never did I consider fighting those demons alongside him. The truth is, I had been scared as well. Too many things stood in the way of us getting together. He's my best friend's father, what would Ava say? He's over 20 years older than I am, what would my parents say? He's my current employer and a prominent figure in the science world, what would my colleagues and professors say? Then I realized that, for a girl who has always wanted the freedom to do whatever makes her happy, I've only ever been thinking about other people and what they would think. Not once did I think about how happy Chris would make me. I didn't think about the sense of fulfillment I feel whenever I'm around him. I didn't think that the heavy pounding of my heart whenever thoughts of him filled my head could be love. Now, I know better and I'm going after the man that I love even if I have to fight for him. The plane ride that takes hours feels like years, and the amount of relief I feel when we finally get to the airport is immeasurable. I take a cab straight to the harbor where a boat will be waiting to take me back to the lab. Thankfully, a crew will be leaving earlier than the students, so I don't have to wait for my 1-week break to be complete before seeing Chris again. Besides, I don't think I can wait that long. Can you please go faster? I tell the driver, who steps on the gas per my request. Leaning against the back of my seat, I let myself create scenarios of how Chris would react to me confessing my love for him. He'll probably say something about not deserving me again, but I refuse to let him run because of fear this time. I am determined to do whatever it takes to convince him that he and I are meant to be together. By the time we arrive at the harbor, the sun is already setting and the clouds are darkening. I pay the driver quickly, dragging my suitcase along while in search of the cruise boat. I don't go far before someone approaches me. I instantly recognize him as George, the man that had been in charge of Chris' yacht the last time he and I were here. "Miss Wilson, so lovely to meet you again." George smiles at me in a way that makes me think he looks adorable. I smile back. "Thanks, George, it's nice to see you again too. Do you know if Mr. Young's research crew is around?" I ask, looking around to see if I can catch sight of any of them. "Oh, they left already, they were asked to go on their way by Mr. Young." George's reply makes me panic until I realize that it doesn't make sense. But how? Chris is back at the lab, so there's no way he could have gotten in contact with the crew. George's smile widens. About that, he trails off, then dips his hand into the front pocket of his shirt and pulls out an envelope. "I was asked to give this to you. Who knows, you just might find the answer to the question you're looking for." He winks at me and turns around, leaving me there wondering if I've somehow been transported into a fairy tale novel. I tear open the envelope and find a note in there. I mumble out the words. You can't come all the way to this beautiful, famous island and spend it holed up in a fancy suite, especially if we'll be leaving first thing tomorrow. Come eat with me, Charlotte. I promise it will be just the two of us this time. Signed, Chris. No way. I gasp, feeling giddy with excitement. I briefly remember saying these exact same words to Chris the first night we were here, and he asked me if I wanted to have our food brought up to the room or if I'd like to go down to the restaurant to eat. I am also 99% sure that it will just be the two of us this time is referring to when he invited the Knights to our table and our dinner took a rather awful turn. This can only mean one thing. Chris is here, in Hawaii. But how and why? I have so many questions, however, there's no one around to answer them. So, I turn around, ready to go and meet the only person who can answer my questions where I know he definitely is. When I turn around to start leaving, a black limousine drives up to me, stopping right in front of me, and the driver steps out. Miss Wilson? Yes. I am Andy Kane. Mr. Young has asked me to accompany you to dinner where he will be waiting for you, he says, and then hands me his phone. I place the phone against my ear and feel my body react with a thrill when I hear Chris' voice through the speaker. Charlotte, Christ, just the sound of my name falling from his lips is enough to make me feel lightheaded. What are you planning, Chris? I can almost hear his smile, if that's even possible. Get in the car, Charlotte, and come see for yourself. The call disconnects and I hand the phone back to Andy, who proceeds to take it from me and open the door to the passenger seat. Smiling happily at how my day went from anticipation and anxiety to this feeling of joy, I duck into the limo. Andy places my suitcase in the trunk and soon enough, we are on our way. My mind goes into overdrive wondering why Chris is here and what this is all about. I know nothing is wrong because if it was, he wouldn't sound so calm over the phone. Could it be that he's here for the same reason that I am? Could it be? No, I shake my head. It's best not to get my hopes up. Instead, I muster the courage that I need so that I am able to tell him exactly how I feel. Perhaps whatever brought him here is the universe's way of telling me that I am doing the right thing. The ride is a lot faster this time, and before I know it, Andy announces our arrival. He opens the door for me to step out and I am immediately approached by the hotel's doorman. This way, Miss Wilson, the impeccably dressed man says, guiding me into the building with an outstretched arm. I follow him, feeling impatient from all the suspense. I just want to see Chris. As we walk through the hallway leading to the hotel's restaurant, I begin to notice how different it all looks compared to the last time. The hallway is decorated and the lights are dimmed. Only the candles lined up by the sides of the hallway illuminate the space. When we reach the end of the hallway, I see a trail of roses on the floor leading from where I'm now standing to a table right in the middle of the room. The lights here are low but colorful, giving off a romantic vibe, but I'm no longer paying any attention to my surroundings. I have found what I'm looking for. Dressed in a dark, three-piece, expensive-looking, and tailored suit with his dark gray hair slicked back, Chris stands beside the table in the middle watching me with passion in his eyes as I approach him. And like he promised, there is no one else here. It is just the two of us. He looks so beautiful that I almost cry. It is all so overwhelming and yet perfect at the same time. Our hearts become one, and when I stand right in front of him, I can feel the love both of us can barely contain. I can feel the love that is threatening to spill out. You look beautiful, Charlotte Wilson, Chris says as he stares at me like I'm the most amazing thing he has ever set his eyes on, even though all I have on is a pair of jeans and a t-shirt. How are you here? Chris reaches for me, his palms cupping my face gently. I couldn't wait another second without seeing you. And when I got to New York and realized you were on your way back to the lab, I instantly knew why. I've missed you so much, Charlotte. I smile up at him, my hands coming to meet his. I've missed you too, Chris. And I want to let you know that. Wait, please, me first, he interrupts and I nod. He drops his hands from my face, but he doesn't let go of my hands. You were right, Charlotte. You are different from all the others. I have never met anyone as kind, loving, expressive, determined, and smart as you are. I am in love with you, Charlotte Wilson. I gasp. I could feel it, but there's something more empowering and beautiful about hearing him say it out loud. I love being your friend. I love talking to you. I love teasing you. Hell, I even love our arguments. I think about you all the time and you have shown me what it's like to completely trust someone with everything in me. You own my heart, soul, and body, Charlotte. I have nothing left to give. The wetness on my cheek is the only thing that indicates that I'm crying. This man right here is the absolute love of my life and I have found everything I ever wanted in him. I am in love with you too, Christopher Young. You own my heart, soul, and body and I have nothing left to give you. We are in each other's arms the moment I finish talking. I meet his descending lips with mine and the kiss, it is the most glorious thing ever. Christopher. To know that Charlotte is in love with me is both uplifting and humbling. Everything feels right in my world again and I kiss her with fervor, reveling in her taste, her touch, and her tiny moans that spur me on. Charlotte pulls back, her green eyes darkened with desire. I want you, Chris, she says, gripping my suit tightly. I can't wait anymore. We can have dinner some other time. I agree with her, because I'm weak in the knees with desire and I can't resist Charlotte. Not her sultry voice or her seductive eyes when they stare at me like that. Where do you want me? I ask. A sly grin forms on her lips, and if I wasn't already so turned on, this moment right now would have been my undoing. I want to have you at the very place you kissed me for the first time. She's talking about the boat. Little minx, I breathe out, already imagining all kinds of positions I could put her in on that boat. Come on, I grab her by the hand and pull her along with me while trying to tame my arousal at the same time. Throughout the CAR ride back to the boat, we make out so heavily that she ends up on my lap, rocking shamelessly against me. Thankfully, the divider in the limousine mutes our moans and groans so the driver doesn't hear a thing. As soon as we arrived at the harbor, we couldn't get out of the car fast enough. Neither of us returns George's greeting as we rush towards the boat. Once we get there, I lead Charlotte down to the cabin. We open the lid on our passion and let it spill everywhere. I don't know who grabs who first, but we're kissing with our arms wrapped tightly around each other. Somehow, this kiss is even better than the last. I yank off her t-shirt and her jeans followed by her bra and underwear, leaving her completely naked before me. When I raise a hand to touch her skin, I feel her shiver against me in delight. My fingers fall to graze her stiff nipples. She releases a moan and I immediately lose my self-control. I grab her with impressive speed and pull her naked body into my arms, leading her towards one of the leather couches. I fall to the couch and yank her into my lap once again. I take her mouth with mine and suck on her lips while our tongues wrestle for dominance. Slowly, my hands trail her upper body and settle on her breasts. Gently I squeeze both just as my mouth peppers kisses along her neck. She quivers, moaning loudly as my mouth descends on her nipple. Never before have I felt this way with any woman, not even Zoe whom I once loved. Although everything is happening so fast, I make sure to remain gentle with her and I take my time caressing her body, learning every inch of it. I am just as eager to pleasure her as much as I am pleasured, if not more. Suddenly, I pick her up and rise from the couch with her thighs wrapped around me. I carry her towards the bedroom she slept in the last time we were here. Once we're in there, I place her feet gently on the floor and drop a kiss on her forehead before proceeding to pull off my own clothes and underwear. I guide her to the perfectly made bed and help her lie on it before going to lie beside her. "You are an enigma, Charlotte, so beautiful," I whisper into her ear as I begin to trail my mouth across her skin once again, driving her crazy with pleasure. "Chris," she says, looking at me with eyes that convey everything she wants to say but is too overwhelmed to. She flutters her eyelashes bashfully at me as she squeezes her thighs against my strong ones. Her nails scrape at my shoulders as she elevates her hips slightly to meet my crotch with hers. Her movement causes me to groan deeply, and she begins to rock against me, causing my manhood to slide against her slick heat. I gasp when she reaches impatiently between us and grabs me, placing my manhood at her entrance. I instantly understand her need and I lift her thighs even higher before plunging into her, my earlier gentility discarded. Her thighs clench as her nails rake at my shoulders even more and her other hand grips my arm for support. When I hesitate, worried that I might have hurt her, she rocks wildly against me. Her way of letting me know that she doesn't want me to hold back. At first, I thrust slowly, one at a time, but when her folds tighten against me and she screams for me to go harder, I quicken my pace, neither of us caring that anybody could hear us. A few more thrusts and a bite on the tip of her breast causes her to trash wildly against me. I grip my teeth as I watch her surrender to me and watch her throw her head back, her eyes rolling back before coming apart in my arms. I thrust even faster, and a few seconds later, I stiffen, followed by a deep groan and a whisper of her name just as I climax. I roll off her, gathering her in my arms, because I can't stand not touching her for even a second. That was incredible. Charlotte stretches against me, a very satisfied smile on her face. "Let's do it again," she says, staring into my eyes. Shocked at her request, I cough and it turns into a chuckle. It looks like I've got myself an insatiable girlfriend. I squeeze her waist, brushing her hair aside so that I can see her face clearly. Charlotte places her hands on my chest and rests her chin on them while still looking right into my eyes. "Oh, am I your girlfriend now?" "I don't recall you asking me to be your girlfriend, Mr. Young," she teases. Grinning, I spin her around until she's beneath me once again. "Is that so? It must have slipped my mind. How about I ask you in the nicest way possible?" I pull myself lower, stopping right in between her thighs and wiggling my eyebrows. Charlotte bites her lip and watches me through hooded eyes. "I would like that very much, Mr. Young." I growl. "You have no idea what hearing you call me that right now makes me want to do to you. Would you like to find out?" "Yes." "Say it more nicely." "Yes, sir." Her words turn into a gasp when my mouth finds her entrance and I plant a deep, sloppy kiss right there. Charlotte squirms beneath me, finding herself unable to remain still. When I bite down gently on her engorged nub and blow on it after, she lets out a high-pitched squeal followed by a breathy moan. My hand reaches up to her breast and I let out a satisfied groan at the image of her swollen breasts and hardened nipples jutting out while she claws desperately at the sheets. When my tongue thrusts deep into her at the same time that my thumb rolls the taut end of her nipple and slowly elongates it, her entire body becomes stiff and her thighs begin to shake. "Knowing what is to come," I bellow. "Not yet." I pull myself up despite her protests and take her nipple in my mouth, then release it to do the same to the second before spreading her clenched thighs apart. I want you to let go while I'm inside you, I whisper into her ear, loving the sounds of pleasure that come out of her mouth. I am going to take you now, hard and fast, I announce, and she nods, licking her lips. I position myself at her entrance, and just as I promised, I thrust into her hard and fast. Her moans become louder than even the first time as she touches me anywhere and everywhere. I slow my movements, my harsh breath accompanying her increasing moans as I ease myself in and out until she is well adjusted and her hips start to move tentatively against mine. Then I go faster, pounding into her with a quick and relentless rhythm that she eagerly meets. My lips meet hers, kissing her roughly this time while I keep thrusting, swallowing her moans. Let go, Charlotte, I urge. Her back bows, body quivering and thighs clenching as our bodies grow slick with heat and sweat. Soon enough, she stiffens and shatters in my arms, reaching that desired peak for the second time in minutes. I watch her with adoration, marveling at how extraordinary she looks right now as she rides her pleasure. Groaning loudly now, with her name on my lips, I follow her swiftly, thrusting with careless abandon until we are both riding that high. Later that night, after whipping up something for us to eat, I feed it to Charlotte with one hand while grazing her hip with my other hand. After chewing and swallowing, she clears her throat and stares at me curiously. "What made you change your mind?" she asks. "What do you mean?" I reply, handing her another bite which she takes in her mouth. "Well, you were so sure that we wouldn't work out and you couldn't love me the way I deserved. But you came all the way to New York for me and now, here we are." I drop the plate on the bedside table and pull her further into my arms, planting a kiss atop her head. I realized that the fear was only in my head and I was letting it ruin a good thing. Plus, I thought about myself for once and discarded all the other reasons why others might frown on the idea of us being together. "I did the same thing," she exclaims, sounding pretty proud of herself. Chuckling, I kiss her neck. "Is that so?" I ask, and she nods fervently. "I also had someone from my past visit me." Charlotte shifts in my arms, craning her neck to look at me. "Really? Who?" "Ava's mother." Charlotte releases a loud gasp. "No way. What did she want?" I shrug. It turns out the man she almost ruined my life for duped her out of everything and got together with someone else. She came begging me to help her talk to Ava so that Ava will forgive her. Apparently, she had already been to see Ava, but she got thrown out. Charlotte's eyes grow wider. No wonder Ava was acting a bit off. Her mother must have come around while I was on a date with Lance last night. My ears ring when Charlotte completes her sentence. "You went on a date with Lance still?" "Uh-oh," Charlotte whispers and quickly looks away from me. She fumbles with the sheets around us. "I don't know what you're talking about," she mutters beneath her breath. "And no, that won't work with me. It's not like you didn't know that I was going with him anyway." "What happened on the date, Charlotte?" Nothing," she replies quickly, too quickly. "Did he kiss you?" I almost don't want to hear the answer to my own question. "He tried to," she starts. I let out a growl and she quickly continues, "But I stopped it before it could happen, I swear. I told him it wasn't going to work out between us, because I am in love with someone else." She turns fully to me, her hand caressing my cheek. "I am in love with you, Chris, and I want no one else." She kisses me and we make love again and again and again all through the night. Charlotte. I wake up the following morning in Chris' arms and I have never been happier. Last night was amazing, every single bit of it. I'm still reeling from how good Chris felt against me each time we made love. It's strange to feel this settled in a relationship, considering how restless I always felt when I was with other men. I know Chris and I have only just gotten started, but everything about this feels right. I raise myself up on my elbow, staring down at his face. Even when asleep, he somehow manages to maintain that powerful aura, but he is so much more peaceful. We should be on the move soon if we want to get back to the lab before the others, but I'm too interested in watching him sleep. I just don't have it in me to wake him up, especially not after he tired himself out pleasing me all night long. I tiptoe naked into the bathroom, smiling at how different and satisfied I look in the mirror. For a man of his age, I didn't think Chris could go on and on like that until I was completely tired out. But I never should have doubted his prowess. The man is a god. I start the shower and step into it, sweeping my hair back while I let the warm water ease my aches. A few minutes later, I feel strong arms come around me and I lean back against Chris' chest with a smile. "You didn't wake me," he whispers in my ear as the water rains down on us. I turn around and wrap my arms around him, lifting my head up to stare into his eyes. "I didn't want to disturb you, especially after all the hard work you did last night." I grin salaciously. "Minx," Chris says and turns me around so quickly that I reach my hands out to grab the wall. "You should have woken me up." He trails his fingers down my spine. "I was looking forward to giving you a proper morning greeting." His leg comes between mine and he spreads my legs apart with it. Before I can say a word, Chris thrusts into me and fucks me against the shower wall until I am begging for release, while droplets of water continue to rain on us. Eventually, we use the shower for what it is meant for and head out to get dressed. Since it's just the two of us here, I grab his shirt and put it on instead of my own clothes. That leads to another round of lovemaking on the kitchen counter, because according to Chris, I'm a little tease. Okay, so maybe I was bending a little too much while making us breakfast and flashing him my bits. But, Christ, I can't get enough of this man. "You know, we are going to have to move your boat from the harbor eventually," I say a few minutes after we are done eating. I'm seated on the couch in the living room area and Chris' head is on my lap. "I'm not in any rush, are you?" "Not really. I like having you all to myself." I run my fingers through his hair, delighting in the fact that he's enjoying my caresses as evidenced by his soft groan and closed eyes. He's the picture of thoroughly relaxed right now. "But we do have a project to get back to," I remind him. "Ugh, mood killer." I hit him on the chest and he chuckles. "I'm serious, Chris. The others will be wondering where we are." His eyes fly open and he stares up at me. "I already took care of that." I eye him suspiciously. "What do you mean by that?" "I mean that I already told them not to expect either of us anytime soon. I did this when I left Ellen in charge. Everything is running smoothly, I'm sure, so we can stay and enjoy each other's company for as long as we want." "Oh, but don't you think they might suspect that something is going on between us if we're both not there at the same time?" Chris pulls himself up and I immediately start to miss touching him. But it seems like my words have gotten to him somehow. He watches me with a serious gaze. "Does it bother you that they might be suspecting that already?" I think about it for a moment and realize that I really don't care. People are bound to talk anyway, so I might as well be happy. "No." "Does it bother you?" I throw the question back at him and he shakes his head no. "What about our age difference? You don't think I'm too young for you?" "I mean, I'm practically the same age as your daughter. You could just as well be my father," I tell him even though it sounds wrong and weird saying it out loud. I've never seen Chris as anything more than an insanely attractive older man. He cocks his head slightly. Shouldn't I be asking you that? I am 26 years older than you. By the time you're 36, I'll be 60. I should be asking you if you think I'm too old for you. I don't care about that. I love you and I want to be with you, and who knows? I could die before you. Chris glares at me. Don't talk about dying, he replies angrily. But it's the truth, anything can happen, so the age difference doesn't bother me. Chris exhales. What about your parents then? Would they approve? Laughing, I shake my head. Oh, absolutely not. But I stopped letting them tell me how to live my life a long time ago. They are just going to have to accept you and love you like I do. I smile at him and lean forward to kiss him. The kiss grows deeper, but Chris pulls away before it can turn into something more. If you weren't so sore right now, I would take you right here. How is it that I can't get enough of you, Charlotte? I shrug innocently, feeling extremely pleased that he can hardly control himself around me. I don't know. I think you do. I think you have bewitched me. Or, maybe you're just obsessed with me, I retort, sticking my tongue out at him. Chris' shoulders shake with silent laughter, his eyes twinkling with joy. He pecks me on the lips and turns around to lay his head on my lap again. I go back to caressing his hair. We are going to have to tell Ava about us. I can't do this behind her back. I love her too much to do that to her. Chris sighs. So do I, even though she can be annoying sometimes. I giggle, adjusting his head on my lap. Do you think she's going to approve? Maybe Ava can be unpredictable. But whatever the outcome, just know that I'll be right there with you. I'm sure once she sees how happy we are, she will come around. It's my turn to sigh. I really hope so. What about the others back at the lab? Do we tell them we are together? It's up to you, Charlotte. I will let you make that decision. We leave the harbor late in the afternoon, but that doesn't stop us from making love all over the boat in the middle of the ocean. We even do it once on the deck under the midnight sky with the stars and moon illuminating our bodies. In 3 days' time, we arrive at the lab and go through the process just like the last time. However, just before we enter the main chamber, I grab Chris by the hand and wink at him. It's up to me, right? Chris chuckles with disbelief before nodding. Yes, absolutely. When the doors slide open, we are both giggling, our eyes shining with pure love and admiration. It doesn't take long for the others to notice how close to each other we are standing and the fact that we are holding hands. Murmurs rise around us and Chris surprises me and everyone else with what he does next. With the both of us dripping wet, he dips me and kisses me right on the lips. When we come back up for air, everyone is silent and staring at us like we've just told them the world is ending. Then, they start clapping and hollering until I'm laughing so carefreely. The two of us go our separate ways to perform our respective duties, but not without the others throwing congratulations our way. So, the boss, huh? Lance says when I approach the other PhD students. Yeah, I smile shyly, hoping that he doesn't take offense considering how I left things the last time we met. I should have known the moment he walked into the bunker room looking like he wanted to have my head handed to me. I never really stood a chance, did I? I wince. Sorry, I reply. It's okay. He's a good guy, I guess. I hope he loves you the way you deserve to be loved. I stare across the room and my eyes meet Chris' eyes. Yes, he does, I reply with confidence knowing that he is all mine and I am all his. The rest of our time in the undersea lab goes much faster than it did at the beginning, and that probably has a lot to do with my relationship with Chris. He insisted that I move into his bunker, but I didn't want the others to feel awkward, so I didn't comply. However, we spent a lot of time together in his bunker whenever we needed some privacy. We never made love again after the boat, because it just didn't seem right to do it in a space that we share with everyone else. There's also the possibility that they could hear us if things got too loud, and I'd just be too shy to face everyone after they heard Chris and I having sex all night. Our research turned out to be a success, too. It changed the way we perceive these tiny microorganisms and how they interact with their habitat. It makes such an obvious and solid impact in the field of aquatic microbiology that Chris' company gets its second MacArthur Genius Grant when we return to New York. This is a feat Chris and I, alongside the rest of the team, celebrate over dinner in one of the most expensive restaurants in the city. "I wish you would just come back home with me," Chris bemoans when he drops me off in front of my apartment. Me too, but then Ava is going to really start suspecting that there is something going on. I already used the excuse of staying at your company lab late to perfect the data. But now that the project is totally done, there's no reason for me not to sleep at our apartment anymore. I don't want her to find out from anyone else but us. "Fine," he replies with a smile. "What are you doing tomorrow, then?" "Tomorrow? Nothing, I'm free tomorrow." Then I take in his meaningful stare and my mouth goes round. "Oh, you want us to tell her tomorrow?" "I mean, everyone we worked with on the project already knows, and the people at my company are already starting to suspect that we are together. It's only a matter of time before Ava finds out." I nod with a gulp. "You are right, we should tell her tomorrow." Oh God, what if she freaks out? Christ, I'm freaking out. "Hey," Chris takes my hand in his. "Remember what I said will happen if she doesn't approve? You will be right there with me." "Yes, and I still stand by that," he assures me, kissing me until it's time for us to part. Charlotte. I don't sleep well that night. At one point, I even briefly contemplate telling Ava about her father and I once and for all, but I don't have the courage to. Plus, it would be so much better when Chris is there with me to tell her. Then, I wouldn't have to face the consequences alone. Gosh, I'm such a coward. This morning, I get dressed, grab my bag, and head out to see my supervisor. The revelation dinner with me, Chris, and Ava will come later in the evening. However, I stop in my tracks the minute I reach the living room. Ava is lying upside down on our couch with her phone pressed against her ear. She's smiling so wide as she talks to whoever is on the other end of the call. My shock comes from the fact that I've never seen her this way, ever. Ava? Is everything okay?" I ask slowly as I approach her. Her eyes meet mine and she sits upright. "I'll call you later, babe," she says while holding my gaze, and then ends the call. My eyes are probably the size of saucers right now. "Babe? You have a boyfriend and you didn't tell me?" Okay, I can hear the hypocrisy in my words, but Ava never gets into romantic relationships, so my shock is warranted. "When did this happen?" Ava's smile, if possible, grows wider. "Okay, you've been gone for months and you haven't exactly been home very much since you got back, so I didn't get the chance to tell you. I feel guilty, because not only have I been lying to my best friend, I also haven't been around long enough to know what is going on in her life. I'm so sorry that I've been too busy and away, Ava, and I promise that I'll explain everything tonight." "Ah, yes," she nods. "Your mystery dinner. You have to promise me that you'll come, okay?" "Promise, it's very important." "Yes, yes, I promise. I'll be at your dinner. I sigh with relief, then clap my hands together excitedly. Now, tell me everything. Who is this guy, and how did he manage to thaw your icy heart? I tease. Eva taps the space on the couch beside her, and I take a seat. Then she rubs her hands nervously together and exhales. Okay, promise not to freak out? Hesitantly, I reply. I promise. But you're starting to scare me, Eva. Just tell me who it is, and I promise I'll be cool about it. Low-key, I hope she answers me in the same manner when I finally share my big secret with her tonight. It's Brad, she says with closed eyes. Brad as in Dr. Brad? My supervisor who I am on my way to see, that Brad? Holy shit, Ava, how did you manage to get the stony bastard in your bed? I laugh. She opens her eyes. You're not mad? Of course not, why would I be? Does he make you happy? She throws her head back, her two hands clutching her phone pressed against her chest. Deliriously, she replies, then lowers her head. You are sure you're not mad? I know you didn't want me to get with him and complicate your studies, really, Ava, it's fine. I can handle myself, I'm a big girl. All I want to know is how all of this happened. Okay, she starts, adjusting in her seat. So, the night you went on that date with Lance, my mom suddenly showed up. That's why I was acting strange, before you returned to the Pacific. I pull her tightly into a hug, comforting her even though I've known this for a while. Are you okay, Ava? Yeah, I'm fine, she replies and pulls away. But I wasn't for a while and there was no one around for me to talk to. So, I did something stupid. Ava, I drawl, staring at my really impulsive friend. What did you do? Ava winces at the look I'm giving her. Nothing too stupid, I promise. I just went to the nearest bar and got shit-faced drunk. Then, I saw Brad seated in a corner and went ahead to proposition him. Oh, Ava, I can't help but laugh. I know, it was really embarrassing when I woke up in his bed the next morning. Wait, what? I shout as anger wells within me. He took advantage of your drunk self and had sex with you? Ava waves her hands quickly in front of me. No, that isn't what happened. But you just said that you woke up in his apartment, so that must mean that he took you back there while you were wasted. Jesus, Ava, this isn't right. Ava rolls her eyes. If you would just let me finish, she snaps at me and I imitate locking my mouth and throwing the key away. She rolls her eyes at me again. Anyway, as I was saying, I walked up to him, propositioned him and passed out. He didn't know where I lived, so he ended up taking me back to his place. But I woke up with nothing amiss, I swear. I watch her dubiously. If you say so. What happened after? I woke up and of course I freaked out, but he managed to calm me down. He bought me coffee and bagels from the cafe down his street and I ended up spilling my guts to him. I'm pretty sure I snorted all over his shirt while crying over my absentee mother, who isn't worth it by the way. From there, we got talking and it turns out he isn't as stony and emotionless as we thought. I'm sorry that I wasn't here for you, Ava, and I'm sorry about your mom. I'm fine now, I promise, she grins. And seeing her again made me realize that I've spent too long letting her have so much power over my life that I became so scared of commitment. I intend to change that. It dawns on me that Ava's mother hadn't only ruined Chris' trust, her actions also affected their daughter as well. Suddenly, I'm enraged on Chris and Ava's behalf that she had the audacity to come back after 20 years and demand for forgiveness. I love you, Ava Young, and don't you forget it. I love you right back, Charlotte Wilson, and don't you forget it. Then she pushes me off the chair. Now, off you go or you'll be late. Say hi to my baby for me, okay? She winks. Ew, I mimic throwing up, then wave her goodbye. At the last minute, I turn back around before stepping out of the door. Don't forget to come to dinner, Ava. I'll text you the address. Yeah, I got it. Now get out of here. I walk out of the door, smiling ear to ear and wondering that maybe, just maybe, dinner wouldn't go as bad as I thought. However, that thought completely fades away with each minute that passes. By the time I arrive at the restaurant Chris picked out, I'm practically shaking. Hi, I greet him and take my seat beside him, leaving the chair across us empty. What, not even a kiss? Chris pouts and he looks so adorable that I almost lean forward and give him that kiss. But I don't. I'm too nervous for that, Chris. I fidget in my seat, smoothing the table napkins while Chris signals for the waitress. What if everything goes wrong? You know what, maybe today isn't the right time to tell her about us. She and I had a pretty deep conversation this morning and she seemed upset. I don't want to upset her further. Charlotte, Chris grabs my hand. You need to relax. I'm right here with you, remember? And I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. The waitress arrives then, beaming brightly at Chris without even acknowledging my presence. What would you like, sir? Her eyes rake his body up and down and she smiles seductively at him. Letting jealousy get the best of me, I lean towards Chris, grab him by the neck and kiss him until we are both breathless. Then I turn to the waitress. Sorry about that. I find it difficult to keep my hands off my boyfriend, sometimes, well most of the time. I smile at her while Chris chuckles beside me. We will have a bottle of your best wine, please. We will make our food order when our guest arrives, thank you. Flustered, the waitress stammers and walks right off with her head bent. Beside me, Chris is still laughing. You are so hot when you get jealous, do you know that? I better be hot in your eyes every single time, Christopher Young. Absolutely, he grins and kisses me lightly. When we pull apart, it's to see Ava standing right in front of us with open-mouthed shock. Ava! I exclaim. This isn't how I wanted her to find out. I can explain, I jump to my feet expecting the worst. However, Ava's shocked expression turns into a happy one. She smiles slowly until it takes up her whole face. I knew it, she shouts, clapping her hands together in excitement and drawing the attention of others. You are not mad? Chris asks while I continue staring at my best friend, wondering if she's high or if her reaction is completely normal. Of course not. Why would I be? She turns to me. Sit down, Charlie, she says, laughing. I take my seat at the same time she does. I wanted to tell you sooner, but I was afraid that you wouldn't approve and I didn't want you to hate me. I say. Ava reaches for me over the table. I could never hate you, Charlie. Never, she replies with conviction, then her eyes move between Chris and I. If anything, I'm glad that you two found each other. Plus, I kind of knew you two had the hots for each other since I visited the lab, and I was going to start playing Cupid eventually if you two refused to own up to your feelings. I told you there was nothing to worry about, Chris says to me, and I visibly relax. Ava, he addresses his daughter. Oh, am I getting the "you are getting a new mommy" speech? Ava teases while I blush and Chris glares at her. Sorry, she laughs. This is way too fun. As I was saying, Chris speaks over her. I know that things have been a bit shaky since Zoe showed up, but I'm here for you, you know that, right? We both are, he finishes, referring to me and him. I know, Ava smiles reassuringly. And whatever happens, I'm glad you finally let go of all the pain and betrayal Zoe caused you. I can see how happy and in love you are right now. She glances at me. Thank you, Charlie. I didn't do anything, I just fell in love with the most amazing man. I smile up at Chris, who returns it. Aw, you two are so cute. Ava clasps her hands under her chin. So, am I going to be getting a sibling anytime soon, or are we having a wedding first? Oh, I vote for a June wedding. She bounces in her seat. Ava, Chris booms, but his daughter just keeps smiling, annoying him even further. Father and daughter launch into a series of back and forth while I dig into my purse to pick up my ringing phone. Oh no, I whisper when I see the caller ID. The two of them stop arguing and turn to me. What's wrong? Chris asks. My parents are calling, I announce, and Ava bristles. Are you going to tell them? She asks. Taking a deep breath, I pick up the call. Mom, there's something I need to tell you. I wait for her response, and when she urges me on, I continue. I am in love with someone, and he is the most wonderful man. I can't wait for you to meet him. My eyes remain on Chris as I say each word, and my stomach flutters from how ecstatic I am just thinking about spending the rest of my life with him.